Welcome race fans to the APL Windows Solutions CIK Trophy of New Zealand. So good to see such large fields here this weekend. Despite the COVID restrictions, we're going racing here at Kartsport Hamilton in the Porter Group Park Raceway here in Hamilton. Facilities look amazing. All the banners around the track flying in the breeze. Nice weather, not too hot. Certainly no sign of that rain just at the moment that was forecast for this weekend. Tuning run is all done for every one of our classes. We've got cadets on the dummy grid getting ready for their 8-minute time trial, due for release time around 10:20 this morning. Cadet Rock, brought to you by Glasshouse Property Management. Some fantastic sponsors on board, but a big thank you to APL Windows Solutions, your main principal sponsor this weekend for CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Vortex Rock DBS Junior, you will be up after this for your time trial, 10:35 release time. Please listen out for my call, because I will be calling up the classes here this weekend. Is there a delay on this commentary? Talk now. Great results last weekend at City of Sales. I watched some of that on the live stream. Auckland did a fantastic job of that meeting. Tough initiation back into KZ2 racing for both Marcus Armstrong and Liam Lawson. But I'm just having a look at the times from that tuning run there in KZ2. And it was the 9 of Marcus Armstrong that actually posted the fastest time, with Liam Lawson sitting there on P4. Tuning, that doesn't mean anything on the grid. That's all about qualifying. That'll be coming up very shortly. Got a great lineup of cadets. Cadet Rock out on the track at the moment. We'll give them a couple of laps to start boasting those fast times. If you're wondering why you can hear me say everything twice, one of the over in one of the pit areas there's a live stream TV up on the side of a trailer, and they've got the volume obviously turned up loud. You'll hear me say that again in a second. Glasshouse Property Management bringing you Cadet Rock. Let's have a look at our top 5 times at the moment. Braxton sitting there, Braxton Cravanga. Let's hope I'm saying that right. If I'm not, please come and tell me. It might be Cravanga, I'm not sure, but it is the 14. Young Braxton leading the charge at the moment, 46.18, 78 Seth Comer. He is 8/10ths back, 46.9. Addo Bailey was currently there in that 3rd spot. Bailey now moves up into P2 in the 95. Comer down to 3. Jaden Buttermore in cart number 7. He's there on P4 with the 22 of Daniel Lucas currently in that top 5. Top 6, 69, Tommy Hart. Tommy Hart showing some pace out here in the 69 cart. 45.89 for Tommy. From the Manawatu Club, sponsored, of course, by Manawatu and TRC Toyota. Yet another generation of Harts coming through kart racing. Addo Bailey, 95, back to the top. 45.53 for Addo. Tommy Hart bumped down to P2. Cravanga back there in 3, although he, well, briefly dropped to 4, back to P3 for Cravanga. Then it's 22 Lucas, Buttermore, and Seth Comer rounds out top 6. Crucial qualifying for CIK. 8 minutes, plenty of time to put in those fast laps. See the 22 of Daniel Lucas just running wide here in front of commentary on the hairpin at Clubhouse. It's going to be some fantastic action in this corner here this weekend. The track with the fastest infield in New Zealand. That's my opinion. I've seen a lot of them. And it's very bumpy down the inside as well through that infield, where you can see the shiny part of that tarmac on the inside of the sweeper in the infield before they make the short run down here to Clubhouse Corner. Still Addo Bailey, currently with the fastest time, 45.5. Tommy Hart standing his ground here in P2. It's just 1/10 off, 1.5 tenths off Addo Bailey's time. Cravanga there in P3, 45.6. 22, Daniel Lucas, 7, Buttermore. 27 of Jack Hoare now moving up into the top 3 rows. Bit of a skid there for Jack Hoare. 27, the Aerodynamics, Displico Signs and Dye Motor here, studio sponsored driver. He's got some great companies on board. Just on 3 minutes to go in qualifying. Oh, these youngsters are racing for it right here. The 22 cart of Daniel Lucas. The Hamilton youngsters getting right into it. So too the 75 of Rennie Edwards, one of the Eastpop drivers, Signmax sponsored. But it is still Bailey, 45.53. Charles Taylor has now made his presence known, moves up into P4. Vortex Rock DBS Junior, you should be on the dummy grid for your qualifying. Vortex Rock DBS Junior. Well, again, the 22 using all the racetrack and some as he swings wide off the Clubhouse corner. No change for our top three. It's still Ed O'Bailey, Tommy Hart, and Craig Unger. Seth Comer currently in 4. Jaden Buttermore, P5. 22, Daniel Lucas. That's your first 3 rows. We go further down. 7 is Charles Taylor in the 87. P8, 27, Jack Hoare. P9 for the 24 of Heapy. And grid 10 at the moment for the 75 of Scott Rennie Edwards. Craig Unger moves to the top. Almost 7 minutes into qualifying, and Braxton Craig Unger is showing how quick he can be here around the Porter Group Raceway. The 45.51. Just 2 100ths quicker than Addo Bailey. Tommy Hart now down to P3. Comer 4, Buttermore 5, Lucas in 6. Final minute remaining. These youngsters still pushing hard. No one pushing harder than the 22 of Daniel Lucas. He put in a good lap earlier on, so he is currently inside the top 6. Ten seconds to go. Drivers still able to get in under there before the flag. So we will have karts out there on a final hot lap. Can anyone go quicker than Craig Unger? 45.51's the time they've got to beat. The checkered will wave. We're almost done for Glasshouse Property Management, Cadet Rock. Final few karts will head up under the flag to complete qualifying. The first of our qualifying sessions here for the APL Windows Solution CIK Trophy of New Zealand. And it will be the 14, Braxton Craig Unger from what I think is the South Island. That's all we've got written down here is STH. So I'm just guessing from a South Island club. Certainly a new name for me. Sponsored by Caltex Queenstown. There you go. That definitely confirms it. And Veloce Racing. His time, 45.51. P2 will be 95 of Addo Bailey. P3 for 69, Tommy Hart. P4, 78, Seth Comer. P5 for the 7 of Jaden Buttermore. P6 for 22, Daniel Lucas. P7 for the 87 of Charles Taylor. P8 for the 27, Jack Hoare. And 9 for the 75 of Scott Rennie Edwards. And grid 10 will be the 24, Matt Heapy. Qualifying for Vortex Rock. DBS is up next. Vortex Rock DBS Junior, brought to you by Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines. Got a great lineup of drivers. Tom Burley having an outstanding weekend at City of Sales. Unbeaten on track. Can he carry that form through for CIK? Qualifying up next. Here we go, race fans. Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines, qualifying, Vortex Rock, DBS Junior. Rotax Max Lights, your release time for qualifying, 10:50. Rotax Max Light, release time qualifying, 10:50. Just a quick word out there to the number 14 Cadet Rock, young Braxton. If someone could just come and tell me the correct way to pronounce your last name, someone's able to help out with that. I ideally want to get it right for you this weekend, especially as you are our top qualifier. So just 14 Braxton in the Cadet Rock. Come on up, mate. Looking at DBS Junior last week at City of Sales, Tom Bewley, definitely the standout star that weekend. Young Jamie Thompson finishing runner-up in the KartStars points. Jay Irwin, the National Schools champion, currently sits there in third place in that KartStars New Zealand points. Plenty to race for this weekend as well. The continuation of KartStars, CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Jay Owen putting himself about on the track at the moment. He's currently sitting in P1 with Tom Bewley right behind him on P2. Just 2/10 separates those two drivers at the moment. 61, Jake Young is there in P3 with 9, Lakeel McGregor in 4. 55, the always fast Sebastian Manson currently in P5. 15, Dylan Jessup rounding out those first 3 rows. Joe Irwin just goes quicker yet again, posting a 39.1. Manson now fires himself to the top. Bewley goes quickest, 38.90 for the 4 of Bewley. McGregor in P2. Manson comes back up into P2. McGregor down to 3. Irwin, the National Schools champion, in 4. $38.90, that's the time they're looking to beat right now. Sebastian Manson, 38.77. An absolutely blistering lap time. Manson, the Mount Wellington driver, sponsored by Manson's TCLM, has really showed his speed right now in this qualifying session. Bewley's in P2, McGregor 3, Jessup in 4, Jake Young in 5, Jay Irwin Now down to P6. The National Schools champ needs to find some pace. Currently almost 4/10 off that pace. As the sun starts to shine here once again at Porter Group Park. Oh, thanks, Braxton, for coming up. It is Cravenger. So I wasn't too far away. Sebastian Manson, currently top of the leaderboard at the moment, 38.7. $38.56, Sebastian Manson. Jay Owen now back up into P2, 38.71. Tom Bewley's been bumped down to 3. They are 2/10. Well, 1.5 tenths is the gap. Sebastian Manson with those blistering lap times. With just on 1.5 minutes to go. Currently 9 laps into qualifying. Lochiel McGregor's there in P4. Jake Young in 5. Dylan Jessup, P6. Bewley's just moved himself back up into P2. Half a tenth. Less than half a tenth the gap between him and Manson. One minute remaining. Time for 2 more laps. And as we often see in this competitive DVS junior class, that final lap can mean everything. 38.56, that's the time they're looking for. Bewley with a 38.60. Slotting in before the flag comes out. They've still got 30 seconds. Some of these drivers will get back in under the flag. Bewley should be able to do that as well. He might yet have another hot lap. Love the way they nailed that curb there at turn 5 and then drop down through the corkscrew. 7 karters come in early. Flag is out. Bewley still on a hot lap. It is still Manson, 38.56. Joe Owen pushing hard. Bewley in behind. Then it's the 9 of Lochiel McGregor. He's currently inside the top 4. So some of the fast karts still running those hot laps. Has Manson done enough? The 55 of Sebastian Manson. We'll have to wait and see as the karts come in under the flag this time to complete qualifying. No change, it is Manson. Sebastian Manson who takes the honours for qualifying. 38.56 for Sebastian Manson. The 4 of Tom Bewley will finish up on P2. National Schools champ Jay Owen on 3. 9 Lochiel McGregor will finish up on grid 4. 61 Jake Young, grid 5. And round out the first 3 rows, the 15 of Dylan Jessup. Rotax Max Light assembling on the grid for their qualifying. That will be released at 10 to 11. Lascon Motorsport proudly bringing you 125cc Rotax Max light racing here at the CIK Trophy of New Zealand, alongside our main sponsors, APL Window Solutions. KZ2 Heavy, you're required in the dummy grid for your qualifying. Release time 11:05, KZ2 Heavy. Lascon Motorsport brings you Rotax Max Light. Qualifying session out on track. Unfortunately, issues with live timing. I have lost my feed. Sure about anyone else. Currently 92, Riley Spargo sitting on top in P1, 39.80, that's all going to change. Followed by Tyler Edney, national champion William Exton, who is always fast, and Michael McCulloch currently inside the top 4. Hero Sheridan, they're in grid 5. Campbell Joy's the 95, he's in grid number 6. Big thanks to Brian at Lascon Motorsport, sponsoring Rotax Max Light here this weekend at CIK. KZ2 Heavy, your release time qualifying, 11:05. William Exton, the national champion, he's gone fastest, 39.2. McCulloch now moves up into P2. Well, McCulloch swapping around there with William McDonald. Sheridan down in P4, Tyler Edney 5, George Sampson on 6. .13 for William Exton, the New Zealand champion. Looking to go undisputed this weekend if he can win the CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Good run from McDonald in the 97 kart, just 1/10 off. Tyler Edney sits in 3, Sampson 4. McCulloch's been bumped down to 5. Hero Sheridan, P6. Over halfway through qualifying. Shame not to have Ryan Crombie, Zach Stitzbury in this field this weekend. Also, Rihanna O'Meara Hunt would have certainly have added some spice to this meeting. Would we have had those 3 drivers? Commitments elsewhere. .38.94 for Exton. Hero Sheridan now moves up into P2, 39.1. Michael McCulloch back into the top 3 spots, 39.12 with Sampson P4. Walker the stalker, moving up into P5. And 92, Riley Spargo currently in the top 6. Just on 2 minutes remaining for Lascon Motorsport Rotax Max Light qualifying. .38.94, still the time to beat there for William Exton, with Michael McCulloch now moving up onto the front row on P2. Just 1/10 behind. Sheridan down to 3, Sampson in 4, Walker 5, Riley Spargo in 6. Walker down the chute early, so too the 95 of Campbell Joyce. Joyce needing to find some pace, buried well down the pack here at the moment. Taylor Payne came down the chute early also. Payne around about grid 9 at the moment. .30 seconds remaining for qualifying. Exton still out there on a hot lap. The Marlborough driver, sponsored by Tapar Wines. Checkered flags out. Qualifying almost done. Still got some good drivers here out on this hot lap. Last run to the flag for about 3 drivers. Looks like it will be William Exton, the New Zealand champ, sets the benchmark. 38.94 for Exton to start from grid number 1. And a very tasty front row indeed, with the 8 of Michael McCulloch, the current North Island champion, who will go from grid number 2. Hero Sheridan will go from grid 3. Tyler Edney on 4. George Sampson on 5. William McDonald goes from grid 6. Riley Spargo will go from 7. Darren Walker, grid number 8. Taylor Payne finishes on grid 9. Mac Burkett just inside that top 10 on grid number 10. Some drivers here that are looking for some pace. Campbell Joyce certainly finished down there in P11. That was Rotax Max Lights, brought to you by Lascon Motorsport. Up next, it will be KZ2 Heavy. It's one of the smaller fields, but it's quality right the way through it. Brought to you by SD European. It's on a couple of minutes till release time for KZ2 Heavy. Vortex Rock DBS, you will be up next. Vortex Rock DBS Senior, you're up next. That will be at 11:20 for your release time. Make sure you slap some sun cream on today, people. It's going to be pretty hot out there. We don't want to see you getting burnt. So I checked out the kitchen earlier on. I tell you, the ladies in there are working flat out and have prepared some very nice, tasty food for you in the clubhouse. Make sure you stagger it out if you can. Don't wait until lunchtime and then all rush in there. We do have to maintain our bubbles, obviously. You see that with all the fencing and everything that's around this racetrack at the moment through the pit area. So when you get a little bit hungry, when your qualifying's over, cruise on in, be first in, get the best pick of food. Looks pretty good. Dan Bugler had a very good run at City Sales, taking out the final. Gary Cullum is the one who leads the KartStars New Zealand points after round one. Nick Tomlinson currently second, Bugler back there in third. So he didn't have it all his own way. Looking forward to Pro Karts round number one when that series kicks off again in Tokoroa just in 2 weeks' time. If you haven't booked accommodation, you better get in quick and do that. Connor Wilson, he's the first card out on the track there, followed by the 44 of Dan Bugler, 96 Gary Cullum, 77 Jeremy Thornton, 99 Nick Tomlinson, 7 of Gerhard Benedy. Got a number 9 on a card out there, but I don't have number 9 on my list. Brendan Benedy on the live timing, so Brendan, unfortunately, he was put down as number 55. We'll rechange that to number 9. It's the Hamilton driver, Brendan Benedy, cart number 9. Connor Wilson was the fastest there on lap number 2, 37.99, followed by Bugler on a 38.0. Those times are going to change drastically as temperature comes up into those engines and tyres. Vortex Rock DBS Senior, your release time, 11:20. Just a word out to the live stream. If we could just try and turn up the background noise on the live stream so that the kart noise can be heard a little bit more. Definitely adds to the value of watching that stream. Dan Bugler currently fastest on the track, 37.10 for Bugler, with Connor Wilson moving up into P2. He's 2/10 back, now 1/10. Well, Bugler's just gone faster again, 37.06 for Bugler. Connor Wilson, 37.21. Gary Cullen, 37.74. Tombleson moving up into P3 now with a 37.6. Cullen got bumped back down to P5. So Dan Bugler, 37.06. Halfway into qualifying here with Dan Bugler, still the man that's leading out this qualifying, 37.06. This is KZ2 Heavy, brought to you by SD European. Connor Wilson, P2, Nick Tombleson, 3, Gary Cullen, 4. Gerhard Benedy, 5. He's leading the battle of the Benedys with Brendan in 6, and Jeremy Thornton currently P7. Five minutes into qualifying, 3 minutes remaining. Still 37.06 for Dan Bugler. Qualifying in this class, perhaps not quite as crucial as some of those other larger classes. Still, Dan wants to be on the front row. Big dive down the inside in front of Clubhouse for Gerhard Benedy. Vortex Rock DBS Senior, you should be on the dummy grid for your qualifying. Release time 11:20. Still Dan Bugler from Connor Wilson, Nick Tombleson in P3, Gary Cullen 4, Gerhard Benedy 5, Brendan Benedy 6, Jeremy Thornton currently sitting in 7th. Just a minute and a half remaining in this qualifying session. Bugler still on the gas. Could be time to back it down, bring it in, save the gear. Long weekend on tyres and engines. We see the 12 of Connor Wilson come down the chute. He's looking good to start on the front row. The Bugler now coming in early. Less than a minute remaining. It's all about the minor spots on the grid right now. Bugler looks like he's done enough. Connor Wilson actually went slightly quicker in that last few laps that he did. He went at 37.118, but it was still just over 1/10 off the pace there of Dan Bugler. I think our grid is set already for KZ2 Heavy. Gerhard Benedy managed to improve up into P4. And the checkered flag will come out there. It will still be all those karts, all 4 karts still out on their final hot lap. So we'll have a look and see if things change here in the SD European KZ2 Heavy grid. The Bugler will start from pole position. His time 37.06. Connor Wilson will go from grid 2. Nick Tombleson from grid 3. Grid 4 for Gerhard Benedy. Grid 5, Gary Cullum. Grid 6 for Brendan Benedy. Grid 7, Jeremy Thornton. That's how they'll stack him up for the SD European KZ2 Heavies. Vortex Rock, DBS Senior, they're up next, 11:20 release time, so around just over 5 minutes away. That'll give me time to read out the official grid for Vortex Rock, DBS Junior, and also the cadet class which we have on hand. Cadet Rock, which is brought to you by Glasshouse Property Management. Grid number 1, that'll go to Braxton Cravehanger. Grid 2 for Addo Bailey. Grid 3 will be Tommy Hart. Grid 4 for Seth Comer. Grid 5, Jaden Buttermore. Grid 6, Daniel Lucas. Grid number 7 for Charles Taylor. Grid 8 for Jack Hoare. Scott Rennie Edwards goes from grid 9 with Matt Heapy on grid 10. Charlie Clark from 11. Indy Irwin, grid 12. Jay Hewlett will round out your field for Cadet Rock on grid 13. For Vortex Rock, DBS Junior. Brought to you by Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines. 55, Sebastian Manson. Set the quickest time. He goes from pole position. Alongside him on the front row, Tom Bewley. Lochiel McGregor goes from 3 with Jay Irwin on grid 4. A grid 5 start for Jake Young. Grid 6 went to Dylan Jessup. Grid 7 for Jacob Bellamy. Isaac Fletcher goes from grid number 8. Jamie Thompson, grid 9. Harry Scott from grid 10. Jack Amon from 11. James Joyner goes from grid 12. Jai Woolhouse off grid 13. Daniel McMillan will go from 14. Vin Shelp starts grid 15. Dakota Scott from grid 16. Lily Taylor will go from grid number 17. That's how they racked him, stacked him, packed him. Vortex Rock, DBS Junior. Rotax Max Light brought to you by Lascom Motorsport. The official grid lineup. William Exton, the New Zealand champion, has certainly turned up with his mind set on one thing here this weekend. He will go from grid number 1. Alongside him, North Island champion Michael McCulloch. Grid 3 will be Hero Sheridan. Grid 4 for Tyler Edney. Grid 5, George Sampson. Grid 6 is William McDonald. Grid 7 for Riley Spargo with the grid 8 start for Darren Walker. Taylor Payne goes from grid 9. Mac Burkett will go from grid 10. Campbell Joyce. A long way back here on grid number 11. Keep an eye on him this weekend. Grid 12, Scott McLaren. Grid 13, Trent Ingham. Grid 14, Joshua McDonald. And grid 15 for Ian Smith. That's your 125cc Rotax Max Light dummy grid. Brought to you by Lascom Motorsport. As we're almost ready to release our next class, Vortex Rock DBS Senior. Veloce Karting proudly bringing you Vortex Rock DBS Senior this weekend. Rotax Max Junior, you will be required on the dummy grid after this qualifying session. Rotax Max Junior, your qualifying release time, 11:35. The familiar pop of the Vortex Rock. Qualifying for the DBS Senior Class, brought to you by Veloce Karting, alongside the principal sponsors this weekend, APL Window Solutions. Some great names in the lineup. 1NZ, Michael McCulloch has already put himself on the front row of Rotax Max Light. Can he do it again? He goes from grid 2 in the lights. Can he go slightly one better this time in DBS Senior? Darren Walker, another driver that's on double duty, the number 14. So good to see the 15 of Caleb Natoa from the Manawatu out in this field. 46, Ayrton Williams. 71, Chris Vanderdrift. 73, Harry Townsend. 88, Jamie Vanderberg. Vanderberg currently sits in third spot in those KartStars points. And it's Ayrton Williams that's the current points leader in front of Natoa. 93, Jacob Cranston. 97, William McDonald. Missed a couple of names there as well. The 9 of Jason Land, 11 of Scott Nicol. Only a minute and a half into this qualifying session. Jacob Cranston, kart number 93, was your previous leader there. Now it's McCulloch, 39.84 for McCulloch. Williams in second spot. Vanderberg up there in the top three. $39.77 for Jacob Cranston. McCulloch sits in P2 with Williams in 3, Vanderberg 4, Natoa 5, Vanderdrift currently in 6. Vanderdrift fires himself to the top, 39.58. Well, Vanderdrift starting to show some good pace here in the 71. 3 minutes into qualifying. Vanderberg looks good also in the 88 from Hawke's Bay. Just 0.2 off, 39.7. Then it's Ayrton Williams, Jacob Cranston, McCulloch, and Natoa. $39.58 for Vanderdrift. Jamie Vanderberg, 39.50. Vanderberg fires himself to the top. Vanderdrift bumped down to P2. Ayrton Williams 3, McCulloch 4, Natoa 5, Jacob Cranston inside the top 6. Vanderdrift getting a good toe on the back of the 88 of Vanderberg. $39.50 Vanderberg. Vanderdrift 39.58. Ayrton Williams, the first to go under with 39.48. Fastest on the racetrack now for the 46. Vanderberg in P2. Vanderdrift 3. McCulloch 4. Natoa. Cranston. It's a battle for the qualifying honours. Veloce Karting proudly bringing your Vortex Rock DBS Senior. Over halfway through this qualifying session. 14 of Darren Walker there. You can see the 93 of Jacob Cranston has caught him up. Granny might just get compromised a little bit on that lap. Let's have a look further through. Darren Walker is currently in P7, needing to find almost half a second for Walker. $39.41 Williams. $39.47 McCulloch. $39.48 for Vanderdrift. 3 minutes remaining. Rotax Max Jr., you should be making your way to the dummy grid for a release time of 11:35. 39.32 for McCulloch, the New Zealand champion. Gunning for another title here at the APL Windows Solutions CIK Trophy of New Zealand. And qualifying's a crucial part of it. Ayrton Williams P2, Vanderdrift 3, Vanderberg on 4. That's going to tongue-tie-me those two if they start racing it out on the track. Cranston in 5, Natoa 6. 7th is Walker, McDonald's in 8th. Harry Townsend is in 9, Jason Land P10. $39.32. Look at this, $39.324 for McCulloch, $39.328 for Williams, just 4 1/1000ths of a second. We are going to have some very competitive racing in this class. 1.5 minutes remaining. They're on lap number 9. Can McCulloch stay at the top? Is there a hot lap left out on the racetrack? No one is elected to come down the chute early. You can see how hard the 46 of Williams is pushing. McCulloch's not far behind him. Those two battling it out for 1 and 2 on the track at the moment. 1 minute remains. Cranston comes down the chute early. First one to come in. Townsend there in the 73, still searching for something. No change to the top 4. Still McCulloch, Williams, Cranston, Vanderdrift. $15 seconds remain. Here comes Walker down the chute. He's got work to do, 39.7. He's 4/10. He needs to find something. Checkered flag just about to come out. Vortex Rock, DBS Senior. Final hot laps for about 4 karts on the track. McCulloch, the man to bump off the top. The New Zealand champion currently sits in P1 with Williams on 2, Cranston 3, Vanderdrift 4, Natoa 5, Vanderberg on 6. Is that how it'll finish up? Vanderberg still on a hot lap. And the final kart completing qualifying, 1NZ, Michael McCulloch takes the honours, 39.324 from the 46 of Ayrton Williams, who was just 4/1000ths of a second behind. He will go from P2. Cranston goes from 3. Vanderdrift will go from grid 4 with Natoa on 5. Vanderberg will go from grid 6, grid 7 for McDonald, grid 8 Darren Walker, grid 9 for Townsend, grid 10 will be the 9 of Jason Land. Rotax Max Jr. on the dummy grid, around about 5 minutes to go for their release time at 11:35. Vortex Mini Rock, you will be up next. Your release time 11:50. Vortex Mini Rock, your release time 11:50. Here we go, qualifying Rotax Max Jr. Brought to you by Dr. Plummer. Big field of drivers for this one for the CIK Trophy of New Zealand. It's going to be very hotly contested. Vortex Mini Rock, you're up next for qualifying. Your release time, 11:50. Vortex Mini Rock, release time, 11:50. Just over 1 minute into qualifying, so no true indication of race pace at the moment. We know the 55 of Sebastian Manson currently 2NZ. In fact, Sebastian Manson, the Manson's TCLM driver, 2NZ in this class. So unlucky not to win that championship last year. If it hadn't been for that red flag down in Christchurch, that could have been, it should have been Manson's title to win, I think. But certainly that played into the hands for Jacob Douglas, and Douglas used all his experience to snatch that championship away. First time seeing Riley Boswell in Rotax Max Jr., Styly Riley. And he is doing a good job of it here with 2 minutes into qualifying. Currently sits P1. 39.70 for Boswell. Emerson Vincent, the very fast number 10, fires himself to the top. 39.52 for Vincent. Boswell down to 2. Ollie Workman 3. Ethan Church 4. Sebastian Manson moves back up into the top 5 with Jay Irwin now moving also into the top 6. Jay Irwin, National Schools champion, the Josh Hart Racing Tokoroa Club driver. Certainly had a great weekend at National Schools last year. Almost 3 minutes in. Ollie Workman's looking fast. 39.48 for Workman. Boswell P2. Boswell's only 100th back. Then it's Vincent. Ashton Phipps moving up top 4. Oscar Jackson 5. Sebastian Manson down there at P6. A little bit of work to do for Manson. He needs to find 4/10 out on the racetrack. Great to have Dr. Plummer on board this weekend for our Rotax Max Jr. sponsorship. Well, Ollie Workman is still at the top of this qualifying session. Young Ollie, certainly been a hard worker in karting over the last few years. Slowly but surely, starting to rise to the top. Is this his weekend to shine? So much talent in our junior ranks. Boswell, well, Boswell for a brief moment there went to the top. He's been bumped back down to P3 by Emerson Vincent and Oscar Jackson. Vincent now 39 points. Well, and even he's gone to P2. Sebastian Manson incredibly found 5/10 out on the racetrack, 39.29. Manson goes to the top, 2NZ. Vincent now in P2. Jackson's in 3. Boswell 4. Workman 5. Arthur Braun starting to make his presence felt as well. The number 47 from the Marlborough Club. Engines by Dane Hart. And they're starting to come on. Just over 3 minutes remaining for qualifying. Rotax Max Jr. Vortex Mini Rock, your release time, just under 10 minutes. Vincent, 39.18. Emerson Vincent from Hamilton Club, using his local knowledge to throw himself up onto P1. Manson's been bumped down to 2. Oscar Jackson in 3. Boswell holding fort there in 4th. Workman in 5. Arthur Braun still P6. Blistering lap time for Vincent. Track temperature just starting to come up a little bit here in Hamilton at the Porter Group Park Raceway. Manson, 39.18. He went 5 1,000ths quicker than Vincent. Sebastian Manson wants it bad. Currently sits on P1. They are 3/10 faster than the rest of this field. Stunning lap times from our top 2. Two minutes to go for qualifying. Has Sebastian Manson done enough? Can he hold off Emerson Vincent? 23 down the chute, Jacob Lucas from Hamilton, he's done. Just on a minute remaining in this qualifying session. It's still Sebastian Manson, Emerson Vincent P2, Oscar Jackson 3, Ashton Phipps 4. Sebastian Manson's just gone faster yet again, 39.05. He's now 1.3 tenths faster than Emerson Vincent. Well, Manson's already taken pole position for Vortex Rock DBS Junior. Is he going to do the double in qualifying here today? .43, Riley Boswell, he's come down the chute. Possibly going to finish up in the top 6. 15 seconds remaining. Most of this field, this is their last lap. I don't think, will anyone else get in under the flag as we have 5 seconds to go. There's one more kart's just gone through. And that's it. Those two down into turn 1. Just missed out on making it under the flag. Final lap for the field, just coming along the main straight. And as we have a look at the conclusion of qualifying for Rotax Max Junior, Sebastian Manson has done the double. He will take pole position for Rotax Max Junior. Grid number 2 for the 10 of Emerson Vincent. Grid 3 will be Oscar Jackson. Grid 4, Ashton Phipps. Grid 5 for Ollie Workman. Grid 6 for Riley Boswell. National Schools champ Jay Irwin down there on grid 7. 47 Arthur Braun will go from 8. Matthew Johnson goes from grid 9 with a top 10 for the 14 of Raymond Malin. Sebastian Manson certainly showing that he is fast in both classes here this weekend. So we look now to Vortex Mini Rock. They're on the dummy grid waiting for their qualifying session. Brought to you by Machine Shop Hamilton. Love VMR. And we have got a big field of 25 drivers battling it out for the CIK Trophy of New Zealand this weekend. Brought to you by APL Windows Solutions. I tell you what, if you're getting hungry and you ever look down below the porter cabins where the commentary is, right at the bottom there, you'll find the food cart. That's Fritz's Wieners. You've got to try one of Fritz's Wieners. Too good to share. Check out the menu. They've got some stunning looking food and it's hot on the grill right now. Also, don't forget about the clubhouse food. Ladies in there absolutely flat out making that food for you. So if your qualifying's done and your tummy is rumbling right now, I suggest you head on over by Get Yourself a Wiener or go into the club rooms here and get some of that tasty food. Let's not all rush into the club rooms at once during the lunch break. Almost release time for Vortex Mini Rock, brought to you by Machine Shop Hamilton. KZ2, you will be up next. Last of our qualifying runs. Release time 12:05. Look at the KartStars New Zealand points after round one for VMR. Marco Manson currently with the maximum 50 points over Miles Baker in the 47. William Edmondson, he's currently third in those points on 45. Was Miles Baker that took the final last week, though, at City of Sales. Thank you to Machine Shop in Hamilton for coming on board as a sponsor this weekend for VMR. Never disappoint these youngsters. When you hear me yelling out to come and hang off the fence and watch, I certainly hope you can hang off the fence and watch, and that you're not confined in your bubbles too much, that you can't come and have a look. Because VMR, they'll be the stars. Already got a retirement for the number 6 of Grayson Stowe, the young Hawke's Bay driver. Finished 4th last weekend at City of Sales, the Horizon Tyres sponsored driver. Not sure what the issue there is for Grayson. Only 1 minute into qualifying. We'll give it a little bit more time. Hawke's Bay's Luke McMillan in the 76 kart. The Evolution Motors Provident Insurance driver briefly sat at the top, but it's Miles Baker that now forces his way to the top of the qualifying run with a 44.27. Marco Manson, P2. Harrison Zhao. Carson Daly now moves up top 3. Zhao down into 4. McMillan 5. McGrath 6. KZ2, you should be on the dummy grid for qualifying. KZ2, your release time, 12:05. Marco Manson, well, pushed back down to P2. Just as I was about to announce that, it's Carson Daly that fires himself up the top, 43.88. 3 minutes into qualifying. Miles Baker, once again, goes to the top. The number 88, 43.78. Carson Daly, P2. Marco Manson, 3. Lucas Bell, 4. 5 for Luke McMillan. William Edmondson currently inside the top 6. Wide corner there for Trip Taylor from Tokoroa. Got another driver parked up on the infield as well. Try and pick up who that driver is for you. That would be Amelia Phillips. Halfway through qualifying, 43.78, Miles Baker. Marco Manson sits on P2 with Daly on 3, Shao on 4, McMillan on 5. Lucas Bell still currently sitting in grid 6. Carson Daly now takes over, 43.44 for Carson Daly. He's just gone 3/10 quicker than the field. Carson tucked up in behind, I think the 83, was it 93? Must have got a good toe along the main straight last time by. Baker's done a 43.6, but he's still 2/10 out of that top spot. Edmondson's now in 3, Manson's gone down to 4. Shell is 5, McMillan in 6. 3 minutes remaining. Well, they need to find 1.5 tenths. Daly 43.44. Next best is Baker on a 43.61. Keep an eye on Marco Manson. He needs to find 4 tenths as well. Some of these youngsters battling it out like they're racing right now. Two minutes to go, still Carson Daly, kart number 97. Hamilton driver, Veloce Karting, SD European, CHT Development, plus mum and dad. Got good sponsors on board. No change in the top 6. Now we see a change. Lucas Bell coming up into 6th position. Cooper Inslee's currently in 7th. Luke McMillan has dropped back down to 8th. Henry Fisher on 9. Jack McGrath on 10. 1 minute remains in qualifying. Vortex Mini Rock brought to you by Machine Shop Hamilton. Carson Daly. Has he done all the hard work? They are 9 laps into this qualifying run. For KZ2, last call, release time 12:05. Well, Daly certainly looking promising at the top of the charts right now. Could be on P1. Is that final hot lap in amongst these drivers right now? We've got just on 10 seconds remaining in qualifying. Checkered flag is out. Just about, I think, the entire field will have completed qualifying. We had a kart turn around on the infield. Vortex Mini Rock, qualifying is done. Thanks to Machine Shop in Hamilton, and it will be the 97 of Carson Daly taking the honours, 43.42. Stunning lap time for the youngster. Miles Baker will go from grid number 2. Marco Manson will go from grid 3. William Edmondson on 4. Harrison Schell on grid 5. Cooper Inslee from 6. Cy Finnimore goes from 7 with Lucas Bell, grid 8. Luke McMillan, grid 9. Henry Fisher goes from grid 10. Jack McGrath on 11. Braden Watson goes from grid 12. Grid 13 for Sean Holland with a grid 14 start for Jack Phillips. Grid 15 is Jackson Fawcett. Grid 17, Edward Meyer. Grid 18, Lucas Thane. Grid 19 for Max Amon. Grid 20, Nixon Frost. Grid 21, Will Davey. Grid 22 for Trip Taylor. Grid 23 will be Jasmine Alders. And no qualifying times for both Amelia Phillips or Grayson Stowe. Remember, the lunch break starts approximately 12:20 after KZ2 qualifying, which is due for release at 12:05. It's your chance to get in there before the panic, before the rush. And while you're down there, check out Fritz's Wieners. Just the one qualifying session remains. KZ2 Premier Shifted Class at CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Talent in this field is staggering. Including the 7-time champion 64 Ryan Grant. The lineup for KZ2. Kart number 4 is Tony Walker. Kart 5, Michael Adolf. Kart 9, Marcus Armstrong, one of the FIA Formula 2 drivers back into karting for a short time here. 10 of Liam Lawson, the second of those Formula 2 drivers. Both had a little bit of a tough time at it at City of Sales. We've already seen Marcus Armstrong showing that he's got pace and tuning. 14 of Tim Loughran, 15 Clay Osborne, 18 is David Malcolm, 20 of Reece Tinney, 30 Matthew Kinsman, always the danger man. He will be hopefully defending the Pro Kart Series title in a couple of weeks' time in Tokoroa for round 1. 31 Luke Thompson, 42 William Exton, 45 of Jason Lee, 51 Dylan Bryant, 54 is Kevin Storr, 61 Luca Burns, 62 Daniel Bray, won the final last week at City of Sales. 64 Ryan Grant, the man that knows how to win this meeting. 69 Scott Manson, 70 of Henry Gelb, 71 Mitch Sparrow, who had a brilliant debut in KZ2 last weekend at City of Sales with his top 3 on the podium. 89 Josh Parkinson, runner-up last weekend, and 93, the man that can string together the fast laps as well, Regan Hall. Very tough to pick a champion out of that field. And we certainly can't wait for it. SD European, proud to be on board with KZ2 and APL Windows Solutions. Almost 2 minutes into this qualifying session for KZ2. Scott Manson looks like he's got good pace right now. Dan Bray, last weekend's winner at City Sales, currently sits at the top. Car number 62, 36.53. NZ Motorsport, IME, Parolin. He's just gone faster again, 36.4. Jason Lee showing that his pace at City of Sales was no fluke either. P2 at the moment for the 45. Marcus Armstrong was in P3, but Ryan Grant now starting to show his hand. Top three, all in the 36.46. Marcus Armstrong, P4. Josh Parkinson, 5. Mitchell Sparrow, the podium getter last week in his debut in KZ2, currently on that third row. 36.40, Daniel Bray. Liam Lawson moving up into the top 4. Lawson and Armstrong currently 4 and 5 on the grid. William Exton P6, Parkinson 7, Sparrow 8, Luca Burns 9, Matt Kinsman currently down there on 10. 36.30 for Dan Bray. 36.27 Jason Lee. Jason Lee, as they approach halfway through qualifying, has gone to the top. The 14 of Tim Loughran from Hawke's Bay, the in-check home builders Kart has just come in early. Bray goes to the top once again, 36.19 for Dan Bray. Jason Lee P2, Ryan Grant 3, Kinsman moves up into 4. Lawson goes 5, Osborne now moves up into 6, Exton 7, Armstrong 8, Sparrow is 9. Michael Adolph currently inside the top 10. Josh Parkinson's got to start firing. Always said it would be competitive. And Jason Lee has once again gone back to the top. 36.18 for Jace. SD European KZ2. Jason Lee currently sitting on P1. Dan Bray 2, Ryan Grant. Grant's gone back to 3 as Kinsman now moves up into the top 3 spots. Ryan Grant's back to 4th. Clay Osborne 5, Exton in 6. There's some young guns moving up. 7 is Parkinson. Parky's found 2 tenths. Lawson has gone back down to 8 with Sparrow 9. Marcus Armstrong's in 10. The FIA Formula 2 boys once again finding life hot in KZ2. 3 minutes remain, less than 3 minutes. 36.169 for Jason Lee, 36.171 for Dan Bray, 36.173 Ryan Grant, 36.183 Matt Kinsman. 2 100ths of a second separating the top 4. Parkinson now 36.24. Parky's definitely starting to make his run. That kart's starting to come on, the number 89 from Mount Wellington. Two minutes remain in qualifying. The premier shifter kart class in New Zealand, battling it out for a CIK trophy of New Zealand. Can Jason Lee still stay there at the top at the end of qualifying? Kart starting to come down the chute. Ryan Grant is finished. Jason Lee has finished. And he's been bumped out of the top. Daniel Bray has gone faster. 36.10. Bray has taken over pole position. Still a minute to go in this qualifying session, but I don't know if any of the drivers are currently out on the racetrack are going to be able to go quicker to get into that top 3 rows. Possibly Parkinson, who's currently in 5. 36.24 for Parky. He's looking for something out on the racetrack, searching for it right now. He'll have time to get one more hot lap after this as well. There's still 25 seconds remaining before the flag will come out. Regan Hall will come down the chute. Looks like the 9 of Marcus Armstrong staying out on the racetrack as well. So is Parkinson on a hot lap. Keep an eye on the 89, just running through the infield right now. 36.100 is the time to beat. Parkinson is on a hot lap. What can he do with it right now? The 89 from Mount Wellington currently sits in P5. He's got to find 1.5 tenths on this racetrack. Bray is the one they're looking to bump off. 36.100 for Bray. As Parkinson on the gas to face the flag. And it's not good enough. Parkinson's going to stay on P5. So Daniel Bray takes the honours, 36.100. Matthew Kinsman, grid 2, 36.101. 1/1000th of a second. That's what it took. You cannot even blink as fast as that. I'm looking down in the pit chute now, and they're just talking to each other, discussing that. Grid 3, good qualifying for Jason Lee. Grid 4 for Ryan Grant. Grid 5 for Parkinson. Grid 6 for Clay Osborne. Grid 7 for Marcus Armstrong. Grid 8, Luke Thompson. Grid 9, William Exton. Grid 10, Liam Lawson. Grid 11, Mitchell Sparrow. Grid 12, Scott Manson with a grid 13 start for Michael Adolph. Grid 14, Reece Tinney. Grid 15, Luca Burns. Grid 16, Regan Hall. 17 for Kevin Storr. Grid 18 for Tony Walker. Grid 19, Henry Gelb. Grid 20, David Malcolm. Grid 21, Tim Loughran. Grid 22, Dylan Bryant. That's how they stacked up. I told you it would be competitive. It came down to 1/1000th of a second. And congratulations, Daniel Bray, the Paralympic driver, taking out qualifying for KZ2, brought to you by SD European. Well, there you go. That's qualifying run and done. We'll be up after our lunch break with a 1 o'clock release time for heat number 1 for Cadet Rock. 7 of Charles Taylor, with a grid 8 start for the 27 of Jack Hoare. Grid 9 for the 75, Scott Rennie Edwards, and a grid 10 start for the 24 of Matty Heapy. Grid 11 is the 54 of Charlie Clark, with a grid 12 start for 20, Indy Irwin. Grid 13 will be the 12 of Jay Hewlett. That's how they stack up. All in behind the fast number 14. It's the Glasshouse Property Management Cadet Rock, heat number 1. Approximately only 10 minutes behind the schedule. So as I said, we should be able to make that up. We've got a pretty relaxed timing schedule here today. It's pretty hot out there. Remember to slip, slop, slap, people. You will need some sun cream if you're standing out in the sun for a little while. Some fantastic qualifying sessions earlier on. Certainly that one in KZ2 went right down to the wire with just that 1/1000th separating pole position and grid 2. Vortex Rock DBS Junior, your release time was 1:15, so I would think that as we're trying to catch up to that schedule, you will want to make your way to the grid once Cadet Rock has gone out. So Rock DBS Junior, you will be required up next. 12-lap heat races today, 2 heats to be run. Last race out the gate approximately tonight around 4:45. Just waiting for all our marshals and everybody else to be in their positions. Of course, you can't go racing when there's no power. We don't have anything up into the secondary race control either. All vital parts of running a kart meeting. Fritz's Wieners, he was selling plenty of them at lunchtime, and now that they've got power again, you should be able to get some more hot chips. That was an issue for them, but go and check out Fritz's Wieners. You might want one of those tasty hot dogs. There is still plenty of food being cranked out in the club rooms by those lovely volunteers. Make sure you smile for the camera when Emily comes around as well. If you haven't already bought one of the packs off Emily or put your name down, you possibly could still do that. I don't know if it's too late or if she has to pre-know what's going on. Taking some great snaps, just about to snap the line up down there at the pit gate. Lovely brown grass here in the Hamilton region, very much like Hawke's Bay. We dearly need some rain. I keep hearing rumours that there's some coming for tomorrow. Saw some wets getting set up at lunchtime. Struggling in the heat to put those tyres on. Drivers certainly need to keep those fluids going on a day like this. Certainly some of those older drivers in KZ2 has been a long wait on the grid for these youngsters. The only upside to that is once you actually get out on the racetrack, it's a bit cooler than it is sitting there on that grid. Grimmy's making his way to the gate marshal's post, so we can't be too far away. Rotax Rock DBS Junior, you will be up next. As your release time has pretty much almost evaporated, you will need to make your way to the dummy grid. Quick recap of those first few rows. Grid position number 1 for Braxton Cravehanger. Ado Bailey on 2, Tommy Hart on 3, Seth Comer 4, Jaden Buttermore on 5, Daniel Lucas on 6, Charles Taylor's on 7, Jack Hall will go from 8, Scott Rennie Edwards on 9, Matt Heapy on 10, Charlie Clark from 11, Indy Irwin on 12, Jay Hewlett will go from grid 13. Here we go, it's heat number 1, the Glasshouse Property Management Cadet Rock. 12-lap heat race. Can Cravehanger turn his qualifying pace into heat race pace? Hopefully just the one out lap to get those temperatures up in tyres and engines. Starting to form up a grid this time as they head to the top hairpin. A little bit covered by the undergrowth up that corner. I can see a little bit. We'll make it work. Rock DBS Jr. to the dummy grid, please. Here we go, getting ready for a start. Heat number 1, the Glasshouse Property Management Cadet Rock. Cravehanger on pole position. Looks like we've got lights out. Did we get a start? No, we didn't. It's hard to see the lights from up here in the comm box. They will send them round once more. It's a big old racetrack. I'm not sure if we need to do that all the time. Great sight as they come past the Kartsport banners. This is the corner that's going to sort them out. A lot of passing being done down there at the clubhouse corner in front of Porter Group Park club rooms. That crucial turn 7 at the bottom of Corkscrew. You don't get a clean run off that corner, and we're talking minimal margins to get a good run off that turn, compromising you up to this hairpin where they are at the moment. Heading up through that squeeze. It doesn't even realise that there is a squeeze there. Those of you that haven't had a look at this track on Google Maps or anything, you wouldn't realise just how much of a squeeze there is along that main straight. This time, coming to face the start. Let's go racing. Cravehanger into turn 1 in the lead. Leads the charge up into turn number 2. 69 of Heart slots up into second spot. The Manawatu driver. Made a good clean start. Third place here is the 78. Seth Comer in third. 95, Ado Bailey. Then it's the 7 of Jaden Buttermore. It's Cravehanger out in front. He's got a couple of cart links as they head on up to the top hairpin this time. Hart has got pace though in that second spot. Young Tommy, the Manawatu and TRC Toyota driver, challenging on the leader. As they come up over the top of the crest, side by side, and Tommy Hart will take the race lead. Cravehanger has to go wide off turn 1. And it's the Manawatu 69 out in front. Cravehanger held on to that second position. And it's getting tight in the top 4. Here comes Comer in the 78 cart, right on his bumper. Still the 95 of Ado Bailey is there. Then the 7 of Buttermore, and behind Buttermore in the 22, Daniel Lucas. Lucas trying to run with that top 6 as they sorted themselves out up through that corkscrew, and it's still Hart out in front. He's got a strong cart underneath him right now. He's opened up about an 8 cart length lead. Keep an eye on 4th place, getting the draft up over the crest on the main straight to complete lap number 2. Single file, we can see the top 7 have broken away from the rest of this field. Slight mistake there in 3rd spot. The 95 of Ado Bailey from Auckland, just about ready to pounce. It was Comer that made a small mistake. Again, he makes another mistake here in front of commentary. And Addo Bailey will dive through on the outside. Has the inside run down through Corkscrew. Moves up into the top three. Tommy Hart's getting away out in front. Part of the Hart dynasty, just continuing on. DVS Juniors should all be on the grid for your first heat race. Well, you can see how strong the pace is out in front. Tommy's driving a superb line, nice and smooth. He's obviously got some good mentors to look at through that family. Second place for Clayvanger. 95 in third, Addo Bailey. Comer's in fourth, dropping back a little bit now, the 22 of Daniel Lucas out of Hamilton. Lucas not quite matching the pace of the top 3 or 4. Looks like there that the 14 of Cravebunger has closed that gap and is certainly very fast into turn number 1. The lead has evaporated. So the 69 of Tommy Hart, that kart came on early. And now the pace has faded and Hart goes back to second place and Braxton takes the race lead once again in the 14. Here comes the 95 of Addo Bailey having a look up the inside and Seth Comer's joined the pack as well. Still fifth place for the 22 of Lucas, who's looking around to see where the 87 of Charles Taylor is. He's right behind you. Rear of the field there for Jay Hewlett from Hamilton, the number 12 kart. He's sponsored by Hewlett Transport Limited. And it's race on at the front once again. Tommy Hart is regrouped, trying to get a draft alongside the 14 of Cravebunger, and does so. Retakes that lead, but it tightens up the top 4 once again. Having a look down the inside at turn 2 was the 95 of Bailey. Great race for the opening heat for Cadet Rock. Glasshouse Property Management. They knew which class to sponsor this weekend. Comer in 4th place. Don't discount him out of a top 3 position. And again, we see the 22 of Lucas looking around. Further back we go to the 75 of Scott Rennie Edwards from the East Pop, the Sign Max driver. Well, it's still Hart out in front, but it could come down to a drafting move on that final lap. We've still got a few laps to run here, but the 14 will not be denied. Braxton Cravebunger is certainly staying with Tommy Hart out in front. If these two swap positions once more, Addo Bailey in the 95 might be able to capitalise on it, make a run down the inside himself. Cravebunger comes in hard down here in front of commentary. And Addo Bailey is closed within half a kart length of him. Indy Irwin out there in the 20 kart from Tokoroa, another of the Josh Hart racing drivers. The top 4 really are the ones with the pace here in this opening heat race. Got a big gap back to 5th. They charge up into turn number 1 once again. Very fast corner at turn 1 after that long straight. Tommy Hart doing the business out in front. Cravebunger a little bit quicker into the turn, but Tommy Hart, he's smooth. You see Cravebunger once again at the bottom of that corkscrew, closed up on him. He's not looking around either. That's a sign of a good driver. Not too worried about what's going on in behind, just making them work hard for it. Hart just opened up a slight gap that time. It was a couple of kart lengths, but Cravebunger is certainly fast through turn 1. This is where Hart becomes a little vulnerable. If Cravebunger is close enough in a lap or 2, he might be able to make a move down the inside here at Clubhouse. Still 3rd place for Addo Bailey in the 95. And dropping back about 4 kart lengths behind him, the 78 of Seth Comer. Then it's the 22 of Daniel Lucas, the 87 of Charles Taylor, the 7, Jaden Buttermore. There's the 24 of Matty Heapy and 54, Charlie Clark. Another lap completed. Let's have a look at this time of the 14 kart. Closes in again through turn 1 and 2. Has to try and get on the bumper, but the 69 of Tommy Hart is not making any mistakes. This youngster's driving a composed, assured race right now. Covers the racetrack, mid-track through the end. Oh, there's the mistake. Oh no, I commentator cursed him so early. Just as you talk him up, he made a mistake, and that allowed the 14 of Craybanger back through. I don't think this race is over yet, though. Addo Bailey's right in there in the 95. Bailey's just playing perhaps a patient game right now. There's still laps to run in this heat race. And we'll see again the 69 of Hart trying to get up in the draft. Craybanger defends it down into turn number 1. Took a slightly narrower line into turn 1. And can he now drive away? This is the 3rd time he's led this race. Hart has to recompose himself, get back on the gas. He's got the issue now, the 95 of Bailey putting pressure on him also. Looks like we're getting ready for a last lap board. 14, your race leader, the Caltex Queenstown Veloce karting driver. All the way from the South Island, so good to have him here. Took a quick look behind, last lap board is out. Will it be a drafting race? We see Tommy Hart go to the outside this time along the main straight. Craybanger defending as if his life depended on it down the inside, and it tightens up the top 3 once again. Tommy Hart is on his bumper, and here comes Addo Bailey. Bailey's right there. We've seen drivers go from 3rd to 1st. Bailey's having a look on the inside down here at Clubhouse. He's going to do a big lunge. He's not close enough. It's still Craybanger, then it's Hart, then it's Bailey. 4th place is Comer. He's just the spectator now in that 4th spot as they charge up to the top hairpin for the last time. We know that Craybanger's going to defend down the inside at the top hairpin. It is going to be a drag race. He's got a kart length on him. Tommy Hart trying to get back in that draft, and he has caught the draft. Will it be enough to come to the line? Brilliant drive. Craybanger's going to win it. 3 times he led that race, but most importantly, he led it across the line for the checkered flag. 2nd place to the battling 69 of Tommy Hart. Good pace as well in 3rd for the 95 of Addo Bailey. And 78, Seth Comer for a top 4. That's your unofficial result. Cadet Rock, heat number 1, Glasshouse Property Management. Vortex Rock DBS Junior, that's your next class up, brought to you by Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines. Grid lineup for Vortex Rock DBS Junior. 55, Sebastian Manson took pole position. Alongside him, the number 4 of Tom Bewley. Grid 3 for the 9 of Lochiel McGregor. Grid 4, the National Schools Champion, Jay Irwin. Grid 5, 61, Jake Young with a Grid 6 start for 15, Dylan Jessup. Grid 7, 83, Jacob Bellamy. Grid 8, 96, Isaac Fletcher. Grid 9 for the 30 of Jamie Thompson with a Grid 10 start for the 80 of Harry Scott. Grid 11 is the 84 of Jack Amon. Grid 12, 5, James Joyner. Grid 13 for 90, Jai Woolhouse. Grid 14 is 7, Daniel McMillan with a Grid 15 start for the 44 of Vin Shelp. Grid 16, 91, Dakota Scott. And Grid 17, the number 17, Lily Taylor. Rotax Max Light to the dummy grid for your first heat race. Rotax Max Light to the dummy grid for your first heat race, please. Solid front row for this race. Manson on pole, Bewley on 2. Bewley, who dominated at City of Sales last weekend, went unbeaten. Bewley, the current points leader in the KartStars New Zealand series, looking to extend that points lead this weekend. Jamie Thompson currently second in those points, with Jay Irwin currently third. Manson outside the top three. Rotax Max Light to the dummy grid for your first heat race. Rotax Max Light to the dummy grid for your first heat. Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines, long-time supporters of kart racing here in this country. This is Vortex Rock, DBS Junior Heat number 1. Really backing down this formation as they come up over the hill. Great lineup of young talent. Lights out. Oh, contact around about the 6th row on the grid. 2 karts in the bags at turn 1. Not affecting the race leaders. Manson leads him down past Clubhouse. Bewley briefly had a quick look. Third place there is McGregor in the 9. Then Jay Irwin has moved up top 4. Luca Burns putting Jake Young in the 61. Really getting into it in that run down into corkscrew. Slightly got up into the back of Irwin. And Manson's got the lead. Bewley in second spot. Third place, McGregor. The Mini-Me Photography. Fiona Kabar, Harcourt's Vision, WKS Kart Store. Lots of great sponsors on that 9 kart. Well, Jay Irwin looks fired up here in 4th spot. Probably not too happy with his qualifying. 6th place, kart number 30 of Jamie Thompson from Auckland. As the field is starting to close in on the race leader. Manson certainly not able to drive away. He's got 2 kart lengths off the top hairpin. He's got a strong kart off that top hairpin. Opened up a little bit more of a gap on Bewley. Bewley will drag him back down on the draft to turn number 1 with El Concertina up once again. Currently running in 7th position. Looks like the 15 of Dylan Jessup. Then the 96 of Isaac Fletcher. And behind Fletcher, the 83 of Bellamy. The 80 of Harry Scott. Bewley's just a little bit closer this time. You can see Bewley working in the seat, doing the jig. Trying to keep the revs up. Get off the corner as clean as possible. Closes within a couple of karts at 1. Manson is strong. There's a problem there for the 9. McGregor made a mistake off turn 2. He's going to drop position. And the top 2 now have a gap. And it's the National Schools champ, Jay Irwin, who moves up into the top 3 with the 61 of Jake Young from Hamilton in 4th. Bewley's going to go after the race leader. Have a look at the gap this time as we saw Manson just looking back. Bewley is slowly getting closer. See that where that track's just broken away a little bit there at turn 2. And Bewley now looking very racy on Manson. It's game on, the Hawke's Bay driver. Kart number 4, the Praga kart. Working over the 55 of Sebastian Manson. Caution's out at the corkscrew. We've got a kart down there in the bags. Can't really see the number on that one. It's possibly 91 or 61. Looks like a 1 on the end of that number. We'll pick that up next time by. We'll see if Jake Young's still there in the 61. Yeah, he's still there in 4th spot, so I'm guessing it might be Dakota Scott, the Buckley Systems Lucas Oils driver. Manson just drifts a little bit wide off Clubhouse corner. Oh, they rail that curb there at turn 5. And Bewley still staying in contention with Manson. Manson is not able to drive away in the 55. Still got 3 karts parked up at turn 1 as well. High attrition rate. We've lost 4 karts out of this race. Manson, can he withstand the pressure? Defends it into Clubhouse. Again, just drifts a little bit wide. Able to come off the corner clean, though. You can see how hard they're railing turn 5. That curb takes a pounding here at the Porter Group Park Raceway. Manson's still strong off the top hairpin. Opens that gap once again on Bewley. Two kart lengths in it through the infield. Top 2 opened up that gap on Jay Irwin in 3rd. 4th place, still the 9 of McGregor. 5th place is the 30 of Thompson. Then it's the 15 of Jessup. Bellamy's in the 83, the 80 of Henry Scott. That'll be Harry Scott in that kart. Bewley's got within a kart length again. Once again, trying to use that draft to his advantage up at turn number 1. Pulls within that kart length. Manson's got such a strong kart under him right now. Bewley hasn't been able to find a move. Got to try and throw a wheel up the inside somewhere. You can see how bumpy it is down the inside there through that infield section. Bewley's got a tighter line here at Clubhouse, right in front of the commentary position. Didn't quite rail that turn 5 curbing as hard. But definitely Manson's kart comes off the turn better. We see it at the bottom of Corkscrew. We see it at the top hairpin. And that is the advantage he has got. Irwin still in 3rd. But he might just come under pressure from Lockheed McGregor. McGregor's starting to come on here in 4th spot. Bewley just getting a little bit out of shape there through the infield, pushing obviously as hard as he can. And Jay Irwin now is under threat from McGregor for that 3rd position. The WKS Kart Store driver starting to come on nicely here in this first heat race. No sign of the last lap board just yet. Bewley still a kart length back. Much better turn 1 that time for Bewley. Tom, is he going to have... Again, that kart just gets a little unsettled through the infield. We've got a lap and a half to go in heat number 1. Jay Irwin still hanging on for the 3rd spot. McGregor now has caught him and will race him to the finish. Thompson in the 5th place. Keep an eye on the race leaders up the top hairpin. Bewley this time, only a kart length, 2 kart lengths now between them. Last lap board with 1 to go, heat 1. Bewley's got to do a last lap dive if he can get close enough. That's been the issue for the whole race. Manson has been wheel perfect. I just said that about another driver before and put a commentator curse on him. I don't want to do it again. Manson defends the inside. Bewley slides sideways through Clubhouse. That might have been his last chance because I think Manson's too strong down the bottom part of that circuit through Corkscrew up to the top hairpin. Manson's TCLM, the number 55. Sebastian Manson, I think, has done enough to take out heat number 1 for Vortex Rock. DVS Junior, the flag will wave. Manson wins it. Bewley's in 2nd place. 3rd place, just hanging on by the skin of his teeth for the National Schools champ, Jay Irwin. And a very strong 4th place finish for the 9 of Lockheed McGregor. Well, there you go. That was Vortex Rock, DBS Junior, brought to you by Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines, alongside our principal event sponsors, APL Windows Solutions. Going back to heat number 1 of Cadet Rock, let's have a look at the results that have just been handed on the sheet. 14, Braxton Cravanger taking the win from 69, Tommy Hart. 95, Addo Bailey was third. 78, Seth Comer finishing up in 4th place from a 5th place finish. 87, Charles Taylor. 6th was 7, Jaden Buttermore. 7th spot for 75, Scott Rennie Edwards. 8th place for the 27 of Jack Hoare. 9th was 22, Daniel Lucas. 10th was the 24 of Matt Heapy. 11th for the 54, Charlie Clark. 12th place finish for 20, Indy Irwin. And 13th was a 12 of Jay Hewlett. That's how they stacked up there for heat number 1, Cadet Rock. Rotax Max Light are on the grid. Heat number 1. Lascon Motorsport bringing you Rotax Max Light racing this weekend. KZ2 Heavy, you will need to head to the dummy grid for your first heat after this. KZ2 Heavy. Rotax Max Light. Qualifying was taken out by the 1NZ of William Exton, showing exactly why he's running that number 1 plate here this weekend. From the North Island champion, Michael McCulloch, who will go from grid number 2. Grid 3 start for Hero Sheridan. Grid 4 for Tyler Edney. Grid 5 is George Sampson. Grid 6 for William McDonald. Grid 7, Riley Spargo with a Grid 8 start, Darren Walker. Grid 9, Taylor Payne. Grid number 10 for Mac Burkett. Grid 11, Campbell Joyce. Grid 12 is Scott McLaren. Grid 13, Trent Ingham. Grid 14, Joshua McDonald. And a grid 15 start for Ian Smith. William Exton, sponsored by Tapar Wines. I'll tell you, if you've never sampled some of their goodies, you're missing out. Out of the Marlborough Club, McCulloch from Manawatu. He's NZ Motorsport, McCulloch and Associates Limited, Capture Sign, sponsored driver. Won't be too long before we get a release for this class. We've got karts there still to pick up on turn 1. It's that incident very early in the race. 3 karts parked up there at turn number 1. It turned into a great race though between Manson and the 55 and the 4 of Bewley. Big thank you to all of the volunteers that are here this weekend. We know we can't go motorsport racing without you, especially under these COVID situations as well. Just great that we still have our kart racing. Of course, a lot of speedway tracks around the country. It's not happening for them. Bay Park is racing tonight, but that is a live stream meeting only. You think with a big stadium like that, it would be easy to run the bubble situation, but it comes down to a matter of facilities with the likes of toilets and things like that. I know some of you in Auckland discovered how hard it is to have separate toilets. I'm just glad that I was watching the live stream and wasn't there in person to see that. Brilliant work by the Auckland club though last week. Fantastic to get a live stream up and running as well. Craig Lord for doing the live stream commentary. We'll have to make 2 trips down there to pick up those other 2 karts. Also the medical crew out there, they've been a little bit busy already today. We want to wish the drivers all the best. We look at the Max Light points after round 1 of the KartStars New Zealand. The top 3 in points are not racing here this weekend. Crombie, your points leader from Richmond, and Rooney. The points battle is wide open here this weekend at CIK Trophy of New Zealand for the KartStars New Zealand Points Series. It's all about heat number 1 for Rotax Max Light shortly, brought to you by Lascon Motorsport. Won't be too long before we're able to release them. KZ2 Heavy, you are required to the dummy grid straight after this race. You'll be released as soon as possible. We'll try and catch back up to that schedule. Still got another cart there at 2 as well. They'll try and fit 3 carts on that trailer this time, hopefully. Still lots of food and fluids down there in the clubhouse. Make sure you go and take advantage of it. Keep drinking that water, drivers, and the mechanics and crews. Or maybe you just feel like one of Fritz's wieners. Last few carts just being recovered back down into the pit chute. Got to say a big thanks to Carter's Tyre Service for that awesome looking recovery vehicle as well. Pretty cool looking wagon. Someone's, oh no, it's a radio. Just need to stop, but one of the radios just fell off that recovery wagon. Trying to figure out what that's powered by. It sounds like a sewing machine. And we should be ready to go racing this time. Heat number 1, 125cc Rotax Max Light, brought to you by Lascon Motorsport. KZ2 Heavy, making your way to the dummy grid for your first heat race. They'll fire them up. Here we go. Exton on pole. McCulloch on grid 2. It's the New Zealand champion versus the North Island champion. Formation's tightening up. I think they've been given the word to go around once more. It looked like they were going to form up on that grid, but then the signal went out. Exton will need a strong run to turn one. McCulloch, vastly experienced. Managed to win his first national title last year at the Nationals down in Christchurch. McCulloch on the outside on that front row. Will have to be careful that the 40 of Hero Sheridan from grid 3 doesn't sneak up the inside at turn number 1. Formation looks tight this time. Slowing it down to face the start. Rotax Max Light, brought to you by Lascon Motorsport. Let's go racing this time. Great start from Exton. McCulloch, solid in second spot. McCulloch has a look to the inside at turn 2. Got very tight down in that turn. Have a look who's popped out in third. It is Sheridan, number 40. Then it's the 16 of Sampson. And behind Sampson, 92 of Riley Spargo. And the 51 of Tyler Edney. Problems down here in front of commentary for the 28 of Trent Ingham and the 85 of Mac Burkett. What a start for Exton. Casually taking time to look over his shoulder as they head along the main straight. Oh, McCulloch. McCulloch was a little bit slow along the straight down there in turn 1 and got the big hurry up from the 40 of Hero Sheridan from Auckland. Sheridan now has to try and contend with the 16 of Sampson. Sampson's going to dive to the inside at Clubhouse. Sampson will make the pass for third place. Sheridan goes back to fourth. And McCulloch's trying to regroup in second spot and stay in contention with the 1NZ of William Exton. Blistering opening laps for the national champion. You can see the gap there between first and second place. McCulloch now head down, focused on the task. Sampson in third place, Kart 16 from the 40 of Sheridan. Then I think it's the 61 of Luca Burns. No, I got that wrong again. It's the 51 of Tyler Edney. And then it's the 92 of Spargo. There's the 70 of Taylor Payne. Let's have a look at the gap at the top hairpin. McCulloch has closed that gap slightly. If he can get close enough to get the toe, he could be in with a chance of this first heat race. He's definitely closing in again there at turn number 1. McCulloch, the faster of the two karts. We know that Exton's pushing his own air out in front. McCulloch now is able to use that draft along the main straight. Let's have a look down here at Clubhouse. Will he pop out the inside? Not this time. Exton still stays out in front. McCulloch in second place. Third place for Sampson. Fourth place Sheridan. Fifth place for the 51 of Edney. Here's the 21 of Josh McDonald. Then we go to the 85. Mac Burkett and the 28 of Trent Ingham from Hamilton. A couple of those drivers having issues in front of the clubhouse corner there a couple of laps ago. Here's the move now by McCulloch. McCulloch up the inside, side by side. Exton had to get off the loud pedal. No room there. Exton was caught up on the outside of turn 1. And McCulloch storms through on the inside, and that's tightened them up because now the 16 kart of Sampson will put the 1NZ under pressure, and we go 5 kart freight train with Spargo at the back of that in 6th position. Can McCulloch now drive away? He had a slow couple of opening laps, maybe just tentative laps here to feel his way in heat number 1. Now he's certainly come into his own, and that kart has come on. NZ Motorsport leading heat number 1 for Rotax Max Light. KZ2 Heavy, you should be on the dummy grid. Well, will McCulloch come back to this field? Those next group of drivers work with each other. They might just be able to reel him in. Here comes Sheridan. Sheridan tries the big move to the inside. Sampson gets muscled out of the way. He loses another spot as well to Spargo in the 92, who now goes 5th. Sampson going from 3rd to was it 4th to 6th place in that 16 kart. McCulloch maintaining his gap, but Exton has managed to shrug off that group behind him. So Exton now has got himself focused again on the aid of McCulloch, the North Island champion out in front. And Exton, I think, is starting to close back in on him. Good drive for 51, Tyler Edney from Wellington. Then it's the 40 of Hero Sheridan. He's under pressure though from 92 Spargo. And 51, Tyler Edney. Here's a big dive down from the back of the field for the 28, Trent Ingham. Hamilton driver makes the pass on the 21 of Josh McDonald. Oh, definitely Exton is reeling him back in. It could be payback time at turn 1 and another lap or so. McCulloch did the hard move to take that race lead. As it fired up Exton. 3 or 4 kart lengths in it as they come down past Clubhouse. Edney still in 3rd. It's a good race developing between the 95 of Campbell Joyce and the 14 of Darren Walker from Hamilton. First time I've mentioned them in heat number 1. Campbell Joyce, not usually that far back down the grids. And Exton tucks up in behind the NASA panel. McCulloch still good into turn number 1, maintains half a kart length. Both these drivers, vast experience. Exton, a multi-time South Island champion. McCulloch, the North Island champ. And here comes Exton to the inside. The switchback move, but Exton retakes the race lead at turn 5. They drop back down through the corkscrew. McCulloch's right on his bumper, contact off the bottom of corkscrew. Both drivers keep it pointed in a straight direction. Exton tries to defend at the top hairpin, and McCulloch will have another look up the inside, and that tightens up 3rd and 4th as well. They're coming on. Keep an eye on the 51 of Tyler Edney from Wellington. He's right there as well this time. We're going to go 6 kart freight train before this race is done. And there it is, the move again at turn 2, and Edney's through. I called it, told you. Edney goes through to take the race lead. Sheridan's now up in 2nd spot. 3rd place is McCulloch, 4th place is Spargo, 5th place is Exton, 6th place is the 16 of George Sampson. It's all change in the club rooms. Up to the top hairpin. They just disappear out of view briefly for me at that top turn, and then they pop back out on the run down the main straight. Well, Sheridan's looking good now in 2nd spot. Tyler Edney's the race leader. Still leads the charge through turn number 1. Sheridan sits up in 2nd place. 3rd place, we see McCulloch under pressure from 92. Riley Spargo. What has happened to Exton? Exton's back in 6th position now as he's also gone back behind the 16 of Sampson. That has unsettled William Exton, the fastest qualifier, long-time race leader, as far back now as 6th place with just on a lap to go as they head up to the top hairpin. Looking back out in front, Tyler Edney, all the way from Wellington. Will he be the first heat race hero as it swaps and changes around up in those minor positions as well? Here comes Spargo looking for a way past McCulloch. McCulloch's trying to defend it. Edney's got a gap. Sheridan does the right thing and covers the line through Clubhouse Corner to stop McCulloch having a move. Still Spargo in 4th place, Sampson in 5th, Exton in 6th. Then it's 95 of Campbell Joyce and 14 of Walker, who's closed up as well. Final corner. Takes a look back. Doesn't matter, he's done the business. The run to the flag. It's going to be the 51 from Wellington. Tyler Edney takes heat number 1. Race of the day so far for heat 1 for this Rotax Max Light. Hero Sheridan in 2nd place. Kart number 40 out of Auckland. I tell you what, he was right in there in amongst the action. 3rd place will go to the aid of McCulloch. He had a turn at leading that race as well. 92 Spargo for 4th. 5th place for the 16 of George Sampson. And 6th place, he won't be happy, William Exton. Well, brilliant race definitely the race of the heat so far. Let's hope there's more of that to come, certainly. I would love to go down and interview the drivers like I normally do, but we're not mic sharing this weekend. So unfortunately, that's just another part of that COVID protocol. Here we go with KZ2 Heavy, and that's time for me to call up Vortex Rock DBS Senior. You will be required to the dummy grid, please. Vortex Rock DBS Senior, you're required to the dummy grid. KZ2 Heavy, have a look at our grid lineup. 44, Dan Bugler, did very well at City of Sales last weekend. He will start on that first grid position 1 with the 12 of Connor Wilson on 2. 99, Nick Tombleson will go from grid 3 with the 7 of Gerhard Benedy on 4. 96, Gary Cullen from grid 5. 9 of Brendan Benedy off grid 6. 77, Jeremy Thornton on grid 7. KZ2 Heavy brought to you by SD European. 44, Dan Bugler on pole, sponsored by Auto and Marine Electrics, International Karting Supplies and Wobbly Pipes. Vortex Rock DBS Senior to the dummy grid for Heat 1. The great thing about KZ2 driving with these standing starts, you can be fastest qualifier, but if you don't make that start, you can be 0 to 0 pretty quickly. Let's see what Bugler can do on pole. Green flags at the back. About to launch. Oh, Bugler has stalled it. Very, very lucky, I think, that the lights hadn't come on yet. Bugler, I think now will have to go to the rear of the field. See how that stacks up. This means an extra outlap for these drivers. Oh, and I'll send them around once more. Still about 15 minutes behind our schedule at the moment. Haven't actually been able to catch up anything just yet. Bugler has an issue. Bugler, the man that set pole, will come down the chute. It is a did not start for the 44 of Dan Bugler in heat number 1. Issue then for the 44 of Dan Bugler. He'll come back strong later on today. Here we go. Down to 6 karts this time. Let's see how this race pans out. Pick up the race leader this time as they come past Clubhouse commentary position, and it is the 12. Connor Wilson out in front from the 99 of Tombleson, the 96 of Cullum, 7 of Gerhard Benedy. Then it'll be Brendan Benedy in the 9 kart with the 77 of Jeremy Thornton from Auckland at the rear. Rock DBS Senior to the dummy grid for Heat 1. Connor Wilson might be too strong for them and the rest of this field. Out in front here, the number 12 from Tokoroa. Lightning Race Gear, Kerwin Investments, Pafoni. Nick Tombleson in second place. Tokoroa drivers, 1 and 2. Gary Cullum there in that third spot in the 96. Local driver from Hamilton, the Cullum Mechanical Limited driver. Got some big laps in those finals tomorrow. We got 16 lap pre-finals. 20 laps for Cadet Rock and also Vortex Mini Rocks. 28 laps for everybody else. It's going to be some tired drivers tomorrow, especially if that thunderstorm turns up like they say it's going to. Top 4 really have stretched away. Here's a big move to the inside for 5th place from the 9 of Brendan Benedy, who got the pass done on the 77 of Thornton. But still the 12 out in front of Connor Wilson. Would be a single file heat race, this one. Wilson just coming past the commentary position. 99 Tombleson keeping him relatively honest here in second spot with Cullum in third. 7 Gerhard Benedy 4th. Brendan Benedy 5th. 6th place Jeremy Thornton. Suppose small field, you get your name mentioned plenty of times on the live stream. Top 4 really have gapped it back to 5th spot. Wilson maintaining that gap from the 99 of Nick Tombleson. We'll see these two drivers hopefully also at Pro Karts in 2 weeks' time. Hope you got your entries in for Pro Kart. Need to get in that extra kart seat time before the Nationals at Easter. That'll roll around quicker than you think. Wilson just going through the motions out in front. First time for me seeing a KZ2 Heavies class. I know they ran them last weekend at City of Sales. I don't ever recall seeing it before. Another lap completed there for the 12. Connor Wilson. Cullum's still in third place. He hasn't made any impression on Tombleson in second. Still 5th place for Brendan Benedy in the number 9 kart. Then 77, Jeremy Thornton. One of the Green Plate Masters drivers. As Tombleson starting to slowly creep forward, is he starting to catch the 12 of Wilson? He looked quicker through the infield. He just takes a look back there to see where Cullum is. Cullum's a little way back. He doesn't need to worry about him. Tombleson can just focus forward on the race leader. Certainly if Connor Wilson goes to sleep out in front, which is danger for a driver when he's leading. A smaller field like this, you can just come a little bit complacent. Tombleson, we can see, is definitely pushing harder. The matter of ticking by the laps here for Connor Wilson. We certainly hope Dan Bugler gets that clutch issue sorted out and he's able to get back out here for heat number 2 today to salvage some points. Slightly fresher tyres than everybody else. DDS Senior lined up on the grid, getting ready for heat number 1. SD European bringing you KZ2 Heavy Racing alongside APL Windows Solutions. Connor Wilson about to get the last lap board. 1 to go for the number 12. Nick Tombleson in 2nd place, Gary Cullum in 3rd. Gerhard Benedy, 7. He's in 4th spot. 5th place, Brendan Benedy. And top 6 for the 77 of Thornton. It should be how they'll finish up here in this first heat race for KZ2 Heavy. Connor Wilson from Tokoroa will lead it from start to finish, takes the checkered flag for heat number 1. 2nd place, definitely going to the 99 of Nick Tombleson. 3rd place, 96, Gary Cullum. Top 4 for the 7 of Gerhard Benedy. 5th place went to Brendan Benedy, and 6th place for Jeremy Thornton. Results from Heat 1, Vortex Rock DBS Junior. 55, Sebastian Manson taking the win. Tom Bewley finished up 2nd place, just 0.2 of a second behind. 3rd place went to Lochiel McGregor with a 4th place finish for Jamie Thompson. Dylan Jessup was 5th, Jay Irwin was 6th, Jacob Bellamy was 7th, Harry Scott finished up in 8th place, Young was 9th, Isaac Fletcher for 10th, Daniel McMillan was 11th, Finn Schulk finished 12th, Lily Taylor was 13th, Dakota Scott finished up in 14th. She was 3 laps down. One of the carts parked up on the infield as well was Jack Amon, James Joyner and Jai Woolhouse. Veloce Karting bringing you Vortex Rock DBS Senior. 1NZ, Michael McCulloch will start on pole position. 46, Ayrton Williams on 2. 93, Jacob Cranston goes from 3. 71, Chris Vanderdrift from 4. 15, Caleb Natoa from 5. 88, Jamie Vanderberg goes from grid 6 with a grid 7 start. 97, William McDonald. Grid 8 for the 14 of Darren Walker. Grid 9, 73, Harry Townsend. Grid 10 for the 9 of Jason Land. Rotax Max Jr. to the dummy grid for Heat 1, please. Rotax Max Jr. to the dummy grid now for Heat 1. We just saw Michael McCulloch feature in an amazing Heat 1 for Rotax Lights. Let's see what he can do here off pole position in Rock DBS Senior, brought to you, of course, by Veloce Karting. Warming up beside the New Zealand champion this time as they come off the top hairpin to face the start. McCulloch, sponsored by NZ Motorsport. McCulloch and Associates Limited, Capture Signs. Two Veloce sponsored drivers out there as well. 11 is Scott Nickel. 71 Vanderdrift. As we got to start this time, McCulloch makes it run through turn one. Nice move though from grid number 3 for Jacob Cranston. He will move up into P2. McCulloch leads from Cranston. Then it's the 46 of Williams. Vanderdrift in the 71, Natoa. 88 of Jamie Vanderberg from Hawke's Bay. McCulloch takes a look back. He'll know that it's his Manawatu clubmate in behind him. McCulloch really tucked down in behind the steering wheel, trying to reduce that wind drag along the main straight, using every advantage he can out in front. Cranston, no, just as experienced. Both these drivers, massive experience in kart racing. Can't remember a time when neither of them were racing karts, so probably around before my time even. 46, Ayrton Williams. He's in third spot from Vanderdrift in the 71. Vanderdrift takes a quick look back off the bottom of Corkscrew. Cranston about 6 kart lengths back from the race leader. Again, McCulloch tucked right in behind that NASA panel. Pops back out as they go across the stripe to complete another lap. Single file racing here at the moment for DBS Senior. Darren Walker in 7th position. 8th place will be the 97 of McDonald. Then it's the 73 of Harry Townsend. As we see the drone flying around up above, bringing you images on the live stream. Cranston is a little bit closer this time. As they go through turn 1 and 2, the gap down to 2 kart lengths, and it's definitely Cranston that's coming on. Still the 46 of Williams there in third place. The all-water pumps and supplies driver. Vanderdrift, as someone's just lost their hat and glasses right in front of the commentary position. Very lucky that didn't blow out on the track when the drivers came by. Getting a little bit windy here in Hamilton. We focus back on the action. Cranston right on the back bumper this time, and McCulloch, he's in the draft. McCulloch's trying to tuck down. He defends the inside line at turn 1, but that's allowed Williams also to close up. We could freight train this race just yet, because Vanderdrift, who's in 4th place with Natoa, they might be able to capitalise on it once the top 3 start tripping over each other. Oh, Natoa's having a look. JJ Walters, Giltrack Group, the Founds Group. They're the sponsors there for the 15 of Natoa. So good to see Caleb back in the track as well, back in Kartsport. McCulloch still holds the race lead. The top 3 now have actually managed to pull a gap. Vanderdrift, I think, made a pass. He's there in that 4th spot as Natoa has a look to the inside. Natoa is trying to work that inside line at turn 1. Vanderdrift slams the door shut. Vanderberg is still there in 6th place as well. 7th spot is Walker. 8th place is McDonald in the 97. Then it's Townsend in the 73. Repco New Zealand Bayswater Vehicles driver out of Hawke's Bay. Or does Cranston have anything for the race leader? He'll know McCulloch's style. These two have been long-time rivals at major events around the country for a decade or more, certainly in Gold Star events down the lower North Island. Through the infield down towards Clubhouse. Cranston just half a kart length too far back to make a move. Williams able to stay with them. He's got the race pace. Last call for Rotax Max Jr. to the dummy grid. Across the stripe, another lap completed in this first heat. Keep an eye on Williams in third. Cranston is definitely closer this time through the infield. Who's got the better settled cut here as they come down past the clubhouse corner? And Cranston's going to have a big run. Does a big slide job down the inside. Williams tries to fight on the outside, gets hung out to dry, has to drop back to third place through Corkscrew. And new race leader, 93, Jacob Cranston. McCulloch, the national champ's gone back to second place. Williams right in contention. It's tightened up this field once again. Vanderdrift just couldn't quite get close enough to get the draft. But if there's another pass out in front, that could be enough. And here comes that pass down the inside at turn one. And we see Williams up the inside now for second place at turn two. McCulloch's back in the lead. Williams is now second. Cranston's got beaten up. He's back in third spot. Vanderdrift is in contention now in the 71. Nato is there also. We're going to go maybe 7-cart freight train. Vanderberg and Walker want to join the party. They're having lots of fun out in front, and those boys don't want to miss out on it. So they file through Corkscrew. McCulloch got a cart length gap on the run up the top hairpin. Ducking and diving out on this track. Cranston's back through for second place. Relegates the 46er Williams back one. Well, that's given a slight advantage now to McCulloch. Is it enough? Cranston was able to hunt him down a couple of laps ago. Did he make his move too soon? Has Cranston's cart gone off? It slipped and slid a little bit there through the infield. Single file past the commentary. Still 97, William McDonald in front of 73, Harry Townsend. On the run up to the top hairpin, there's a move up the inside. Is that Vanderdrift trying to make a move? Vanderdrift, I think, was trying to make a move at the top hairpin. Didn't quite work out. You've either got to make it stick or it's really going to hurt you on the long straight down into turn one. And Vanderdrift still back there in fourth place now. Fifth place, Natoa. Natoa hasn't been able to make a move either. And we've got 1.5 to go. Cranston's got to go now. He's got to close in. And he's got to make it stick next time. Drop down through Corkscrew with McCulloch in front of Cranston. Williams in third. I think his challenge might have just dropped away a little bit now as we see the gap coming off the top hairpin. Last lap board is out. McCulloch gunning for a race win in DBS Senior. He's got the 1NZ on the side of that cart. There's pride at stake as well. And Cranston is closed in. Cranston's there. He could just about rub the stickers off the back bumper as they go through the infield. Will it be another dive down here at Clubhouse? No. He goes to the outside. Was that his chance? Is it gone? Williams is back in contention as well. Was Cranston thinking, I don't want to leave the door open in case the 46 comes through? They charge up the top hairpin for the last time. McCulloch's in control. Comes off the turn. Has a couple of cart lengths as they come up to face the flag. Williams is the one who's going to pressure Cranston to the line. McCulloch will win it. Cranston just holds on for second place. Ayrton Williams was third. Fourth place was Vanderdrift in the 71. Fifth place, Natoa. Sixth place, Vanderberg. Seventh place was the 14 of Darren Walker. Then it was the 97, William McDonald, from the 73 of Harry Townsend. Vortex Mini Rock, you will be required to the dummy grid straight after this Junior Heat 1. Vortex Mini Rock, to the dummy grid, please. Must have a cart hidden away somewhere around the racetrack that needs recovering. Figure out who that actually was. Possibly the 9 of Jason Land. I remember calling his name out for a while, actually. Veloce Karting bringing you DBS Senior, and that was the first fantastic first heat race for them. National champion just managing to hang on. But it's all about Rotax Max Junior, brought to you by Dr. Plummer and, of course, APL Windows Solutions. The biggest field, one of the biggest fields here this weekend, packed full of the future superstars of motorsport here in New Zealand. Starting pole position, 2NZ Sebastian Manson. Alongside him will be Oscar Jackson off grid 2. Ashton Phipps will go from grid 3. Emerson Vincent from grid 4. Ollie Workman from grid 5. Riley Boswell, grid number 6. National Schools champ Jay Irwin, he will be down there on grid 7 with Arthur Braun from the South Island on grid 8. Matthew Johnston from 9. Raymond Malin from grid 10. Dylan Jessup goes from grid 11. Ethan Church on 12. Ryder Nicholson from 13. Ethan Sayer, grid 14 with Aston Thornton on 15. Sam Thompson goes from grid 16. Taylor Mitchell on grid 17. Robert Maisie goes from grid 18. Jacob Lucas on 19. Ethan Holland from grid 20. And Ali Hewitt, grid 21. That's how they stack them up. It's Rotax Max Jr., heat number 1, brought to you by Dr. Plummer. Having a quick look back to the Rotax Max Light. Just got the timesheet here from the results. We saw that there was a penalty for 51 Tyler Edney. We thought he won it. He finished up in 8th position, so it was a win, in fact, for 40 of Hero Sheridan, with McCulloch in 2nd place from Sampson 3rd. Exton finished up in 4th. Campbell Joyce 5th. Darren Walker 6th. William McDonald finished 7th. Tyler Edney, as I said, went from 1st to 8th place. He had a 5-second penalty. That's how quickly things can change for you. 9th place, Spargo. Top 10, Taylor Payne. KZ2 Heavy, the result there. 12, Connor Wilson took the win from 99, Nick Tombleson. 96, Gary Cullum 3rd. 7, Gerhard Benedy was 4th. 9, Brendan Benedy 5th. 6th place, 77, Jeremy Thornton. And did not start for 44, Dan Bugler, the man that was fastest qualifier. You'll have to do it all in heat number 2. It's all about the Dr. Plummer Rotax Max Jr. right now. VMR to the dummy grid, please. VMR to the dummy grid, heat 1. Looking good for a start this time as they come down to face the lights. Let's go racing. Certainly they were ready on that 2nd row. Looks like Manson, who's the race leader. Already through for 2nd place, the 42 of Ashton Phipps. Lascon Motorsport sponsored Phipps. Had a good start. 3rd place. Well, big dive up the inside. Side by side on the run down in a corkscrew. It is the 90 of Oscar Jackson. Leading out, in 3rd place from Ollie Workman. Workman did the big move down here at Clubhouse. Didn't quite work out for Workman. Manson in front. Well, does Phipps have the pace to stay with the race leader? Sebastian Manson, the Manson's TCLM Mount Wellington driver, always so strong out in front. Phipps in 2nd place. Phipps is going to have to contend with the challenge coming from third place as well, which is the 90 of Oscar Jackson from Hamilton. He's got Dane Hart engines. We know they're fast. Then in fourth place is the 10 of Emerson Vincent, another Hamilton driver. Hamilton drivers featuring strong in Heat 1 for Max Jr. Phipps under pressure for second place. Jackson caught up to him through the draft along the main straight. But we see Madsen starting to stretch away. Where is Irwin, the National Schools champ? Let's have a look through this field and see where he is. He's currently back there in 5th position. Has made up a couple of places. He's also got by the 9 of Ollie Workman. Then it's the 43 of Riley Boswell. Stylie Riley in front of Arthur Braun. That gap continuing to grow. Here's the move for second place. Great drive up the inside by Jackson. Oscar goes through for second position. Phipps is relegated back to third. Vincent now looking a little bit quicker in fourth spot. Gap back to 5th place, which is Irwin. 6th place for the 9 of Workman. Again, as they railed that curb here at turn 5. Really hit it hard. KartStars points after round 1 last weekend. Emerson Vincent leading it from Jackson in second spot. Phipps in third. Battling for that series this year. Great initiative by Kartsport New Zealand. Well, it's looking like Manson's just a little bit too quick for those karts. At the moment, he's got the right setup. Certainly got it dialed in. There's the battle for second, third, and fourth. Oscar Jackson, who's currently second in that point series, has certainly got his work cut out for him. Phipps has gone wide up the top hairpin. That allowed the 10 of Vincent to slide through on the inside. Phipps looked back, make sure no one else was coming. And Vincent now will go after Oscar Jackson in second place. And Vincent definitely looks quick and has time to make the move and go after the 2NZ of Sebastian Manson. Here comes Vincent, does the big job down the inside, makes the pass on Jackson at Clubhouse, goes through. Now we'll see the pace. Irwin's under threat as well. Irwin having to fight hard for that position out on track on the entry to Corkscrew. 24 further back in the field, that's Ethan Holland, holding out 13 of Robert Maisie, one of the Mellow Yellow e-bike sponsored drivers from eBop. Oh, Vincent got a little out of shape there at turn 1. He knew it, looked back, make sure that Oscar Jackson couldn't pounce on him. Still Manson out in front, casually glances sideways. He knows where the opposition is right now. 43 of Riley Boswell, holding out 9 of Ollie Workman. Ollie Workman's got some great sponsors. Armand Auto, Stump Grinding Services, Keep It Simple Solutions, all the way from Nelson as well. So good to have these South Island drivers up here. We've got a kart on the infield. Looks like 14 of Raymond Malin from Auckland. Well, Vincent hasn't been able to drive away from Oscar Jackson. Kart 90 still staying there in third spot. And Phipps not that far back in fourth in the 42. Jay Irwin hasn't closed the gap in fifth. Top 6 place there is the 43 of Riley Boswell. Riley's impressing me today. He had a reasonably good qualifying. And now he's running top 6 in this junior field. First time seeing Riley in the juniors for me. These young kids grow up way too quick. I know, because my daughter Cody just turned 16 last week, and I wonder where those years went. Manson still in control. It is Vincent slowly taking inroads out of that lead. Up through the top hairpin we go. Still a big lead there for Manson out in front. Vincent has opened up 3 or 4 kart lengths on Oscar Jackson. Phipps is there, solid in 4th place. 5th place for Jay Irwin. Jay, though, can't relax right now because the 43 of Riley Boswell has caught up to him, and Bos is going to put the big acid test on him. Well, Jay Irwin just struggling a little bit here in Heat 1. Ripping the curbs there, Ethan Holland in the 24, right up on that ripple strip. Boswell to the outside at turn 1, does the switchback. Jay Irwin counters the move, still holds on for that 5th place position. 1.5 laps to go. Manson totally in charge out in front. Vincent 2nd spot. Last lap board is out. Again, Boswell tries that outside line. Switches back to the inside. Beautiful move there by Riley Boswell. Fantastic outside-inside move. Jay Irwin goes back to 6th place now. Can Bos cover it? No, he doesn't. Irwin comes in hard. Bit of side pod rubbing going on past Clubhouse Corner. And Jay Irwin says, I'm not letting you have it that easy, mate. You're going to have to work harder than that. And Max Jr. off the final turn for the race leader. Sebastian Manson's dominated it. He's going to take the win. Start to finish for the 2NZ. 2nd place, a great drive for the 10 of Emerson Vincent. 3rd place will go to 90 of Ollie Workman. 4th place, 42 Ashton Phipps. 5th place, it will be National Schools champ Jay Irwin, who had to really come alive there in the final lap. 6th place for the 43 for Riley Boswell. Here we go, race fans. This is the one I always tell you to come and hang off the fence and watch. It is the mighty VMR, of course, Vortex Mini Rock. Brought to you by Machine Shop Hamilton, APL Windows Solutions. Let's look at our grid. Pole position start for top qualifier, 97 Carson Daly. Grid 2 is Miles Baker. Grid 3, your KartStars New Zealand Points Series leader, Marco Manson. Grid 4, William Edmondson. Grid 5, Harrison Shell. Grid 6, Cooper Inslee. Grid 7 is Cy Finney Moore with a Grid 8 start for Lucas Bell. Luke McMillan will go from 9. Henry Fisher, Grid 10. Jack McGrath off Grid 11. Sean Holland from 12. Jack Phillips goes from Grid 13. Braden Watson, Grid 14. Grid 15 start for Jackson Fawcett. Grid 16, Edward Meyer. Grid 17 is Max Amon. Grid 18, Nixon Frost. Grid 19, Trip Taylor. Grid 20 is Jasmine Alders. Grid 21, Amelia Phillips. Grid 22 for Grayson Stowe. Grayson had an issue in qualifying. Grid 23, Lucas Thien. And Grid 24, Will Davey. That's how they stack up. It's mighty VMR time. Machine Shop Hamilton, proud supporters, sponsors, alongside APL Windows Solutions. I can hear some KZ2s warming up in the paddock. That can only mean one thing. We're one race away from Heat 1 for the KZ2 Heat races at CIK Trophy of New Zealand. So we'll call KZ2 up to the grid. Heat 1, KZ2, we'll call you up. This should be a great race fans. Keep an eye on young Grayson Stowe. Not just the fact that he's a Hawke's Bay driver, the fact that he's on grid 22, and we know he has good race pace. Finished, I think, in 4th place last weekend at City of Sales. Big thanks to Machine Shop Hamilton. This class, so often the reason why at the end of a weekend I have to go home and have a little bit of brown liquid just to put some lube back in the old throat, because these kids get me pretty excited out on that racetrack. Warming up that grid formation now as they come around to face the start for heat number 1. KZ2 to the dummy grid, please. Fantastic field of 25 karters as they come to the line now for VMR. Will they get a clean run through turn 1? Looked like a bit of a ragged start that time. Lights out, Staley that's in front. Followed by Manson. Manson's made a great start. Already coming from grid 3. Moves up into that second position to challenge on Daly. Goes to the outside at Clubhouse. Daly's down the inside. Here comes the 88 of Miles Baker. Baker, the points maker. Up into 3rd with the 82 of Harrison Shao in 4th. Harrison definitely improving in this class as well. So many of these youngsters improve rapidly. Manson takes a look back. Manson's TCLM, Mount Wellington Club. Sits up there in 2nd spot. Just letting Carson Daly know he's there as they go through turns 1 and 2. Shao in 3rd place. Baker in 3rd. Shao in 4th. Baker, has he got pace to catch the top 2? Because Manson's going to make a pass on Daly. And he's going to do it right now down the inside past commentary at Clubhouse Corner. That will tighten it up just a little bit. And behind Shao, it's the 36 of William Edmondson. Will we see a freight train in VMR? We so often do. And it all comes down to drivers passing and repassing. But we know how good that young Marco Manson is. what he does best, if he gets past, he immediately attacks to retake the lead. I've seen it so many times. And Carson Daly gets the drag down the main straight and is right back on the bumper of the leader. Manson's working hard. Look how hard he was working that steering wheel. This young man is absolutely driving the wheels off this race cart right now. Tyres not quite up to temperature. He went wide at Clubhouse. Daly wasn't in the position to take advantage, but he's still on his bumper. Miles Baker in third place. Shell under pressure in fourth. Great race developing at the rear of the field as well. There's racing all the way through this field. Daly takes a look back. I probably can see that the 88 of Baker is closing on them. Daly, where he was just a lap ago, exactly glued to the rear. Again, Manson, just perhaps a little bit untidy off turn 2 on the exit, but works so hard at it that he maintains that advantage. They all swing out wide through Clubhouse Corner, and Baker's definitely coming on. Now we see in fourth spot the 36 of Edmondson, who has got past Shao in the 82. Best of the rest back there's the 11 of Jasmine Alders, the Cocoon Tiny Homes Auckland driver. So many awesome sponsors on board this weekend. We thank all of them. Manson tucks up in behind the NASA panel. Daly trying to get back in the draft, but they've got to be wary of the 88 of Miles Baker from Hamilton. He's got great sponsors as well. Dr. Plummer, Road Civil, CSR Electrical. Hopefully they're all watching this live stream right now as well if they're not already here at the track. And Baker has caught Daly. Daly looks to the inside now on Manson. Manson's leading, but he doesn't look the fastest on the racetrack. Sixth place there, 39, Cooper Inslee, the United Truck Parts Filter Pro International Karting Supplies driver. He's running strong, top 6. And Daly's back in the race lead. Carson Daly, the 97, back in the race lead along the main straight. Manson's the sandwich. He's in the middle between Baker. Just runs a little bit wide off turn 1. Baker's much tidier through 2. This could develop into a great race between these three. Let's see what Carson Daly can do with it this time. Here comes Manson. Told you he loves to respond straight away. And Baker up the inside, side by side. But he's going to have to go back to third place on the drop down to Corkscrew. It's Manson back in front. Carson Daly in second place. Baker's in third. Daly, I think, might have just left the door open. He has left the door open, and Baker now goes through for second place. What can Miles do about it? Him and Daly now need to work together on the run up the main straight. Get that drag, get the draft. Reel back in the 3NZ of Marco Manson. Marvellous Marco Manson, we like to call him. He's a magician on this racetrack. He's out in front, leading Heat 1 for VMR. Baker in second spot, Daly third, Edmondson, Shao, then Inslee. Then we go to the 76 from Hawke's Bay of Luke McMillan. And behind McMillan, it's going to be the 10 of Cy Finney-Moore, 26 of Lucas Bell. Coming off the turn, they tighten up once again. Have we had a change in the race lead? I think we have. I think Baker's gone through. Baker has gone through to the lead. Third race leader of Heat 1 of VMR. Daly back up the inside for second. Manson has gone to third. Manson will not like that. He'll try and recover this, but Baker's so quick out in front. He's opened up a gap already. Can Daly and Manson now work together? Well, Baker in this first place position. Looking at where he came from on the grids, he was on grid number 2, dropped back at the start when Daly made a fantastic start off the off grid number 2. Grid 3, and got by. And Baker's had to work to try and regain those positions, and now finds himself out in front. And Manson slowly closing back in on Carson Daly. But are they running out of laps? Here's the 5 right in front, Braden Watson from Hamilton, NZ Cars Limited. Must have had an issue on the track. Edmondson still fourth, Shao in fifth, Inslee. Then 76, McMillan. McMillan's under pressure from Cy Finney-Moore in number 10. Then go to the 26 of Lucas Bell and the 9 of Henry Fisher from Canterbury. Fisher, who was so good at cadet level, national champion. A little bit of a skid there for Jasmine Alders in the 11 kart. Are they starting to reel in the 88 of Baker? Can Carson Daly catch the 88 and drag along the 3NZ of Manson as well? Manson's trying to catch back up to Daly. If they can work together, they just might be able to do it. Edmondson and Shaw are too far back in 4th and 5th spot. It's all changing further back. Cooper Inslee in a titanic tussle as they dive back down through that corkscrew. Such a spectacular part of the racetrack. Along the main straight for the race leaders. Last lap board is not out yet. So just on perhaps 2 laps to go in this first heat. BMR brought to you by Machine Shop Hamilton. And Carson Daly has caught the 88 of Miles Baker. And we've got 1.5 to go. Any one of these three could win it, and Manson's in contention as well. I told you BMR would turn it on, and they're doing it as early as race number 1. We see Baker look back. He took a big long look back up the run up the top hairpin. They'll tighten up once again. We're almost going bumper to bumper with the last lap board to come out. 1 to go next time by for the 88. Can he hang on to this race lead? Daly's putting the pressure on. Manson will want to pounce. Manson's still half a kart length back. Manson just not quite getting it there at turn 2. Seems to cost him just a little bit, and it's Daly that might pop out and run down the inside here at Clubhouse. Here he comes down the inside, the big slide job. And it's Carson Daly back in the lead. Baker's gone back to 2nd spot. Manson's there in 3rd. Manson could taste it. He's not quite close enough to it. And Daly looks back. He's got to cover it at the top hairpin as they run through. He covers it beautifully at the top hairpin. Onto the main straight. Who's going to get the draft? Certainly Baker's buried in the back of Carson Daly's kart as they come off the line. It's going to be close. Who's going to get the run? Daly will win it. Baker in 2nd place. Manson was there in 3rd. Fantastic race for VMR. Told you. Edmondson in 4th. Harrison Shaw in 5th place. Top 6 will be the Hawke's Bay driver, Luke McMillan. Yeah, a round of applause, race fans. Always, always so good. I tell you what, KZ2 have got a lot to live up to after that VMR race. They are on the grid. This is the last of Heat 1 before we get into that 2nd round of racing. And straight after KZ2, we will be calling up Cadet Rock. Cadet Rock, you will be called up for Heat 2 straight after this KZ2 race. KZ2 brought to you by SD European, alongside APL Windows Solutions, our main event sponsors here this weekend at CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Pole position for the 62 of Daniel Bray, the NZ Motorsport IME Paralympic driver. He took pole position by 1/1000th of a second from the International Karting Supplies Matthew Kinsman, kart number 30. Grid 3 will be Jason Lee. Grid 4, the 7-time former champion Ryan Grant. Grid 5, one of the young guns in KZ2 racing, Josh Parkinson, with a grid 6 start for another of the young rookies. Really, he's relatively still a rookie as far as KZ2 goes for Clay Osborne. Grid 7, 2 of Daniel Bray, the NZ Motorsport IME Paralympic driver. He took pole position by 1/1000th of a second from the International Karting Supplies Matthew Kinsman, kart number 30. Grid 4, the 7-time former champion Ryan Grant. Grid 5, one of the young guns in KZ2 racing, Josh Parkinson, with a grid 6 start for another of the young rookies. Really, he's relatively still a rookie as far as KZ2 goes for Clay Osborne. for Marcus Armstrong, one of our 2 FIA Formula 2 drivers here this weekend. Grid 8 for Luke Thompson, Grid 9 William Exton, Grid 10 for the second of the Formula 2 drivers, Liam Lawson, Grid 11 Mitchell Sparrow, who podiumed at City of Sales last week. Grid 12 Scott Manson, Grid 13 is Michael Adolph, Grid 14 Reece Tinney, Grid 15 Luca Burns, Grid 16 Regan Hall, Grid 17 is Kevin Storr, Grid 18 for Tony Walker, Grid 19 Henry Gelb, Grid 20 David Malcolm, Grid 21 is Tim Loughran, Grid 22 Dylan Bryant. Looks like an issue there for the 18 of David Malcolm. Was due to go off grid number 20, possibly, maybe. He's just saving some tyres. You never know. KZ2, it's a long weekend. SD European sponsored KZ2 this weekend. Good to see Kartsport New Zealand President Graham Moore has tuned into the live stream as well. Those of you that are watching it, certainly hope you're enjoying it. We're certainly enjoying the action. We've still got that second round of heat races to come as well. But it's all about heat number 1 for KZ2 right now. Daniel Bray, pole position. Kinsman on 2. Arguably the 2 fastest starters in KZ2 racing. It'll be interesting to see who gets the run to the first turn. Remember, qualifying, they were only separated by 1/1000th of a second. It's nothing. Starter looks happy. Bray just rolling into position. He does that familiar move. Stop the tyres, sticking to the track. Here we go. Oh, Kinsman Boggs. Looks like Ryan Grant's come through for second place, but it's Bray out in front. Trying to pick up who it is in second place. Might be Jason Lee. Long way for me to look there at turn number 1. No, it is Ryan Grant. I was right the first time. Kinsman's there in third. Then it's Parkinson. Jason Lee's in fifth. Sixth place there for the 9 of Marcus Armstrong. Armstrong starting to slowly get back into it here in KZ2. Bray out in front. Made a great start after Kinsman bogged it at the start on grid number 2. He'll have to do some work. Jason Lee tries the big move down the inside on the 89 of Parkinson. These two had issues last week at City of Sales. It's still Bray out in front. Paralyn driver. Leading the 7-time CIK Trophy of New Zealand winner, Ryan Grant. The big 3 out in front here in KZ2 Heat 1. Well, Bray's going to have to drive hard for the entire 12 laps. There is no relaxing in KZ2. When you look at how much they're working that shifter, you keep an eye on that hand and see how fast and how much they change those shifters. Through the infield, over the bumps there on the entry down into Clubhouse Corner. Ryan Grant starting to put pressure on Bray. Kinsman third, Parkinson's fourth, Lee's in fifth. Armstrong in 6th. 7th place will be the 10 of Liam Lawson. So Lawson is up there as well, running strong in 7th. These two drivers working it out and working it out quickly. Both had issues at City of Sales. Looking to redress that here this weekend at CIK. Ryan Grant still buried into the back bumper of Dan Bray. Bray's not the fastest on the racetrack. Kinsman there in third. Let's go further back in this field. If we have a look back, here's a big move by the 71, Mitchell Sparrow. A definite rookie in this class, trying to get some moves done on Scott Manson in the 69. Remember Mitch Sparrow finished third last week at City of Sales. Fantastic debut. And you heard that right. He debuted in KZ2 last week. And here he is running strong in a CIK Trophy of New Zealand event 1 week later. Kinsman has gone through for second place. Ryan Grant's in third. Well, just when we thought Ryan Grant might have been the one to challenge on Dan Bray out in front, perhaps it's the Sodi kart of Kinsman that will do that. Carolyn out in front. Loughran there in front of the 93 of Regan Hall from Auckland. Regan, part of that Kartsport New Zealand executive. One of the Masters green platers. 89 Parkinson still solid here in fourth place. Jason Lee challenged a few laps ago down there at turn 1. Wasn't able to make the job stick. Parkinson, definitely one of the hardest young chargers. And here it comes Jason Lee this time. Lee down the inside, makes that pass. He'll go through to fourth place. Fifth place now is Parkinson in the 89. Cadet Rock to the dummy grid, please, for Heat 2. 14, Tim Loughran. Tim's dropped a few places. I'm not sure what happened to the 14. Still Dan Bray leading. Laps go by quickly here in KZ2 racing. Kinsman slowly starting to make inroads on him, I think. The gap's about 4 kart lengths. See the 71, Mitchell Sparrow. He's in amongst it. Certainly no time to relax amongst that group. Sparrow gets beaten up off the bottom of the corkscrew. I think he just dropped a position as well. As we have a look back to the race leaders, Bray seems to be maintaining his gap from Kinsman in second place, with Ryan Grant there in third. Starting to look a little bit racier now on Kinsman. Is Grant going to have a look to the inside? Not this time. Still Jason Lee fourth, Parkinson fifth. Sixth place for Armstrong. Seventh place is 15 Clay Osborne. Then it is Liam Lawson, kart number 10. As we see Regan Hall in 93 just make a pass on 54, Kevin Storr. Loughran gets the kart sideways in front of the commentary tower. Then it's the 51 of Dylan Bryant from Hamilton in behind. Well, it looks to me like Dan Bray does have the race pace here in Heat 1. Extended out the lead. And Ryan Grant has dropped back off Kinsman as well. Sparrow trying to hold out 31, Luke Thompson. So many young rookies in KZ2 racing. Really looking forward to that Pro Kart series, which kicks off in a couple of weeks. Through the infield once again for the race leader. Dan Bray, fastest qualifier, in control of heat number 1 from the Mount Wellington Club. NZ Motorsport, IME, Paralyn. Of course, runs the Paralyn brand chassis. Tony Walker there, kart number 4. Still Jason Lee there in that 4th spot. Hasn't been too many changes of position through those top places. In fact, none of them really in the top 10. The battles are going on further back, and we see that right now through the infield. And they're all stacking up in behind the 69 of Scotty Manson. Oh, 42, William Exton. Exton got sideways. I think he got a little bit of a helping hand there, though, as we see the last lap board is out with 1 to go for Daniel Bray. Made a fantastic start, took control of this race, and left all the hard work to Kinsman, who bogged it down on the outside on grid 2. Ryan Grant, you can see what he's doing. He's conserving that kart right now. He's backed it down. It's all about tomorrow's 28-lap final. Thompson is closing in on Sparrow once again. That race for position is not over. And as they come to the line, Dan Bray will win heat number 1. Second place will go to Kinsman. Third place, Ryan Grant. Fourth place, Jason Lee. Parkinson is 5th. Top 6 for 9, Marcus Armstrong from Canterbury. Another of the Armstrong-sponsored drivers, WK, is Kartsport DP Homes. Here we go with heat number 2 for Cadet Rock. Brought to you by Glasshouse Property Management. Braxton Cravunga took out heat number 1 from 69 Tommy Hart, 95 Ed O'Bailey there in that third place position. Vortex Rock DBS Junior to the dummy grid, please, for your heat 2. Well, they didn't send him. They didn't set him off that time. Not happy about that formation. $14 of Cravunga there on grid position number 1. Alongside 95 Ed O'Bailey on 2. Looking for a start this time. Formation looks a little bit better this time as they come up the hill. Round 2 for Cadet Rock. Glasshouse Property Management. As we go racing here, big charge down into turn 1. Everyone gets through there nice and clean. Let's have a look at turn number 2 as well, but it's Cravanger out in front. Vanger working hard, Cravanger working hard on that steering wheel. Here comes the 95, but it's Tommy Hart that slots up into second place. Oh, too wide as they run down into the corkscrew. That was a hard move. I think it was Seth Comer that made the pass on the 95 of Addo Bailey. These youngsters certainly know where to put the kart and how to race it. Doesn't take them long to figure it out. Cravanger going for 2 in a row. Under threat, though, from Tommy Hart. Remember, we saw Hart put in such a good challenge in heat number 1 earlier today. The Manawatu and TRC sponsored driver. Top 2 have broken away from third spot. It is the 95 of Addo Bailey. Then it's the 78 of Comer. And the 22, Daniel Lucas here from Hamilton. And behind Hamilton, the 7 of Jaden Buttermore from Taranaki. Challenge up the top, hairpin for the race lead. Side by side as they came off that turn. And it looks like Cravanger has gone back into the lead. Caltex Queenstown sponsored racer. We saw this in heat number 1. He wants it. He wants to go back to the motel tonight, knowing he's done his job on day 1 of CIK Trophy of New Zealand. I love seeing these new names. I've never heard of this kid before, but I tell you what, I've heard of him now. Hart in second place, still Addo Bailey there in third spot. Comer in fourth in the 78. It might just tighten up the top 5. Well, can Tommy Hart have another run at it? Number 69, part of that fabulous Hart dynasty from Manawatu. Tries to the outside. Drops back in behind the drops back in behind the 14 of Braxton Cravanger. Addo Bailey's looking fast here in third place as well. I thought he was going to make a big dive that time in front of the commentary. Still Comer in fourth. Fifth place for Daniel Lucas from Hamilton in the 22. And if we go to the rear of the field, we can see the 20 of Indy Irwin battling it out with the 12 of Jay Hewlett from Hamilton. Having a great race further back in this field. Side by side once again. Tommy Hart's on the outside. These kids are so little, they briefly disappear out of my view along that main straight. The bang bag's in the way, and then you see the tops of the helmets just emerging. And then you see them in a side-by-side battle. Here comes Tommy Hart. He's having a look. He's thinking about it. He can't quite do it. Is he going to do it? Cravanger back round the outside. Well, you could see, I could almost hear Tommy Hart's thoughts there through the infield. I knew what he was going to try and do. He went just a little bit wider through that infield to try and build up some momentum. Just didn't quite make it stick down here in front of Clubhouse. But he's going to have another go because he's fast and he's going to go back to the outside of the 14. They might yet go side by side once again at turn 1. They will go side by side. Hart backs out of it. Smart driving. Oh, he almost had a look to the inside at turn 2. I thought he was going to fake him out and drop down the inside. He's tightening up the top 5. Keep an eye on third place. Addo Bailey. He's certainly in with a chance. Comer. Then the 22. Lucas. 7 of Jaden Buttermore, 6. Then 7th place is the 87 of Charles Taylor. We go back to the 75 of Scott Rennie Edwards. Well, this is deja vu, isn't it, from heat number 1. Glasshouse Property Management, Cadet Rock. Tommy Hart gets such a good drag off that main straight. This time he's half a kart length further back than he was the lap previous. But Braxton Cravanger doesn't care. He's just doing his thing. He's just focused on his task, not worrying about what's going on around him. Don't really recall seeing him look back. Driving his own line. Tommy Hart's the one who's going to have to try and work him over. They're all nice and clean down through the bottom of Corkscrew. Indy Irwin still leading that battle over Jay Hewlett as well. Tommy Hart's about a cart length further back. He's lost a little bit in that last lap or two. Now has another look to the inside. If it had been half a cart length further up, he would have had the run down the inside there. I'm not sure why Cravanger left that gap at turn 1. Maybe he knew that Tommy Hart was too far back. Maybe he'd had a look. I certainly didn't see it. Third place now is 22, Daniel Lucas, the Total Concept Motorsport, number 22. He's managed to get by the 95 of Addo Bailey. I missed that out on the racetrack somewhere. Here's a great race as well between 27 Jack Hoare and 24 Matt Heafy from Tokoroa. Over the crest at the top of the hill, along the main straight, about to put another lap down on the board. Don't discount that 22 of Lucas, the Hamilton youngster. Obviously knows the fast way around this track. We can see Cravanger just getting away a little bit now. And here comes the 22. Lucas will fire it up the inside. He's saying, Tom, if you're not going to have a go, I'm going to. And you can follow me. Because the 22 of Lucas didn't want to be back there in third place. He could see that the 14 of Braxton Cravanger was slowly getting away from them. And now it's go time for the 22. Well, the gap looks like it's opened up considerably. That one little pass gave such an advantage to Cravanger. It all comes down to the pace that the 22 of Lucas has. Fast enough to pace Tommy Hart. Is he fast enough to catch the race leader? 75 just comes past commentary. Scott Rennie Edwards in front of 27. Then the 24 of Matty Heapy and the 54 of Charlie Clark. Indy Irwin still winning that battle against Jay Hewlett in the number 12. Let's have a look back at the race leader. Has the gap decreased? Maybe just slightly. Is the 22 Lucas coming on? Top 4 really have gapped it back to 5th, 6th, 7th spot. Definitely, I reckon Lucas is closing. And running out of laps as well. Just under a lap and a half to go. Lucas will only get one chance to make a pass. And he'll have to make it stick. Up over the top hairpin, they go onto the main straight. Is Lucas close enough in the draft? Can the 22 get the toe down into turn number 1? The last lap board is out. Here comes Lucas. He's in the draft. They go 2 wide. Contact at turn 1. Cravanger up on the grass. Does a brilliant job to contain it. He's back in 4th spot though. We'll have to wait and see the official results out of this one, but it's now Tommy Hart out in front, the 69. He was sitting back there. Here comes the 22 of Lucas down the inside again on Addo Bailey in the 95. Cravanger under pressure from the 78. He had to scrub the dirt off those tyres at turn number 2 and 3. As they run up to the top hairpin for the last time, that changed up everything in this Cadet Rock race. Tommy Hart is going to go on to win it. The number 69 from Manawatu. Manawatu and TRC Toyota driver will take out heat number 2. Second place on the line for 22, Daniel Lucas. Third will go to the 95 of Addo Bailey. Fourth place, the unlucky Braxton Cravanger. That'll finish up your racing for Cadet Rock for today. Day 1 of CIK Trophy of New Zealand, brought to you by Glasshouse Property Management and APL Windows Solutions. A call to Rotax Max Light for Heat 2. You're required at the dummy grid, please. Rotax Max Light, you're required at the dummy grid for Heat number 2. Vortex Rock DVS Junior, brought to you by Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines. '55, Sebastian Manson took the win in Heat number 1 with 9 Lockheed McGregor in 3. Fourth place went to the 30 of Jamie Thompson from 15 Dylan Jessup, and National Schools champ Jay Irwin was back there in 6th position. I want to do something about that here in Heat number 2. Awesome day of racing so far at the APL Windows Solution CIK Trophy of New Zealand. Really looking forward to tomorrow's pre-finals and those 28-lap finals for most classes. 20 laps for Cadet Rock, Vortex Mini Rock. It's going to be 20 laps of just pure fun for the VMRs. We've got one parked up already. Looks like the 15, Dylan Jessup from Canterbury. Still pretty windy here in Hamilton at the Porter Group Park Raceway. Coming to face the start this time. Lights out. Good start, Manson. Purely on the outside. Oh, he had a big look up the inside at turn 2. Third place here is the 9 of Lockheed McGregor. Purely will want to try and reverse the finish position from Heat number 1, where he's in behind Manson. 61 of Jake Young is in 4th. Then it's a 96 of Isaac Fletcher from Canterbury. Manson, who was so strong in that first heat. Bewley makes the move up the top hairpin. Bewley attacking early in Heat number 2. Takes the race lead away from Manson. Manson will try and have another lunge down the inside at turn 1 and does so. Nice clean pass there for Manson. Bewley has to defend the inside at turn 2. Had to stop the 9 of McGregor coming through. And this will tighten up the field. Will we see some demon dives? Bewley, smart move down the inside to cover it. Here comes the 96 of Fletcher. Fletcher had a move on the 61. Then it's Jay Irwin in there. It's a busy race here early on in Heat number 2 for DVS Junior. Supreme Kart Supplies and Engines, proud to sponsor this class. Well, Manson straight back into that race lead. The 55 from Mount Wellington. Defends turn 1. But Bewley gets the run to the inside on 2. Bewley back in the lead for the second time. And we're freight train racing here in DVS Junior. They're all getting a little bit toey out there. Those bumpers are being used. Bewley defends it. Manson still second place. 9 is McGregor. McGregor tried to have a look. And the one moving forward here from 6th to 4th is the National Schools champion, Jay Irwin from Tukaroa. Jay's all fired up also. Well, Bewley, who dominated, absolutely dominated last week at City of Sales, wants to regain that position here this weekend and win a maiden CIK trophy. But all these youngsters want to. And you can see Bewley tried to defend. He couldn't defend enough because Manson already had the run on him. Sebastian Manson back to the race lead. This is developing into a stunner right now. We have got a 5-10 kart freight train. Oh, ducking and diving. The 96 goes in hot. Fletcher under brakes. I just think possibly he got on that brake pedal a little bit too hard. Turned it around. It was so busy down there. Karts were popping out of position left, right and centre trying to make those moves. And how did Manson get so far in front? Looking at all that action further back, and Manson's now got a huge lead over the rest of this field. How did that happen? Bewley's in second spot. Third place, 61, Jake Young. Fourth place is the 9. Here comes the number 9 of Lochiel McGregor. He will dive down the inside, top 3. Then it's Irwin. And behind Irwin, I think we have 84. I think it was Amon. Was it Bellamy? I'll confirm that for you next time by. So much action going on this racetrack right now. Manson, though, just managed to open up that gap. Bewley has also managed to open his gap up in second place. Has he got the race pace to once again hunt down Manson? We know how strong Manson was in heat number 1 and kept banging in those fast laps. Defending Lochiel McGregor, defending that 3rd place. And Jay Irwin took advantage. He will move back up in the 4th spot, getting up the inside of 61 Jake Young. That was a pass down here at turn number 4 in front of commentary. We've got a caution out down at the corkscrew. Someone is off down that turn. I'll try and pick it up. Oh, it's 9. It's the 9 of McGregor, the Nelson driver. Parks it up in the bags. Oh, I think Bewley is slightly quicker at the moment. No live timing for me up here in the box. But it does look like Bewley is slightly quicker. 3rd place, Jay Irwin. 4th place, 61, Jake Young. Jake Young is really putting pressure on him. He can't make a move in that sector because of the caution. And they're going to leave that caution on until they're able to move the 9 cart of Lochiel McGregor. Well, there you go. They've left it there. The light's just gone out. So forget about what I was talking about. So we've got 3 carts out in this race. We already lost the 15 of Jessup. We've lost the 96 of Fletcher. We lost the 9 of McGregor. Bit of cart recovery after this. Here comes Bewley. He is most certainly reeling in the race leader. Irwin in 3rd. 4th place for Jake Young in the 61. Then it's 30 of Jamie Thompson. '91 out there is Dakota Scott from Auckland, the Muratone. Buckley Systems, Lucas Oil's driver. Look at the lead evaporating here. Bewley, oh, so nice through turn 2. Great race developing from 6th, 7th and 8th place. Looks like Bellamy's just in front of the 7 of Daniel McMillan from Hawke's Bay. And then it's the 84 of Jack Amon. Amon's come from quite a long way back, in fact. He didn't have the best of qualifying. 17 there, that's Lily Rose Taylor from Tokoroa, the respectable Plumber Limited driver. Bewley continuing to make inroads on the race lead. Will we see a late race pass in heat number 2? Manson will be aware that Bewley has caught him. The number 4 Praga cart. Gary Douglas Engineers. Newport's PTS Logistics. Through the top hairpin, 2 cart lengths in it. Bewley's in the draft this time. Laps ticking by, can't be too many left remaining. And Bewley's done the hard work. Oh, it got a little bit sideways there off turn 1. He's got to be careful that he's not pushing too hard. And he's got to time his move just right. I think we've got a lap and a half to go. Yes, we have. Here comes Bewley to the inside. Slides wide a little bit. Makes the pass on Manson. Has Manson got anything left in the tank? Can Bewley drive away? Bewley looks back. Looks back once again. Bewley's definitely got a strong cart, but Manson is in the draft. Manson. Bewley's gone massively defensive at turn 1 and has opened up the door. Slams it shut once again. Manson in 2nd place, working the racetrack. Bewley's gone very wide. I thought Manson might have just poked the nose up the inside that time. And again, Bewley is just defending. He's making that cart 10 feet wide. Down through the bottom at Corkscrew. Looks back to see where Manson is. He'll be right up the curb all the way along that short straight as long as he doesn't compromise race pace off the turn. Manson's buried in the back of that cart as they come up the run to face the checkered flag. But Bewley will hang on to win heat number 2. A great race for our Vortex Rock DBS Junior class. Bewley with the win. You can see the body language. He's happy. Manson will finish up in second place. Third place goes to the 61. Third place goes to the North National Schools champion, Jay Irwin. Fourth place will go to 61, Jake Young. Top 5 for 30, Jamie Thompson. Heat number 2 for Rotax Max Light, brought to you by Lascon Motorsport on the grid. So that'll be a call up for KZ2 Heavy for your heat number 2 straight after this race. KZ2 Heavy to the dummy grid. Saw a brilliant race in heat number 1 for Rotax Max Light, with the eventual win going to the 40 of Hero Sheridan from the 8 of Michael McCulloch, 16 George Sampson, 1 NZ William Exton, 95 Campbell Joys, and top 6 for 14 Darren Walker. An unfortunate time penalty for 51 Tyler Edney, who finished first across the line with that brilliant third to first in the last lap or two, but eventually finishing up in 8th spot with a 5-second penalty. KZ2 Heavy to the dummy grid, please. KZ2 Heavy to the dummy grid. Still quite warm here in Hamilton. Wind has died down a little bit. Still very muggy here. We get ready to go. Rotax Max Light Heat 2, Lascom Motorsport, APL Windows Solutions. Can the national champion William Exton win this race? Will it be North Island champ Michael McCulloch? Can 51 Tyler Edney win it across the line once again? Lights out. Strange start there with Exton all on his own on that front row. McCulloch in second place. Possibly 92 Spargo there in third. Yes, it is. With the 97 of McDonald in fourth. Fifth place is Walker. Then it's 70 of Taylor Payne from Hamilton. Last call for KZ2 Heavy. Exton in front. Only a narrow lead though, as they charge through the infield. McCulloch. Where is McCulloch? So 16 in second place, George Sampson. That's why there was a gap on that front row. McCulloch is not there. Or is he at the rear of the field? I don't recall seeing any carts come down the chute. We'll have a look through the field next time by. Exton in front. Second place here for the 16 of Sampson. Third place for the 92 of Spargo. I certainly know Michael McCulloch out on the racetrack. Exton will want to come back to winning ways here, but Sampson from Auckland, the old Ultra Interiors biz safety sponsored driver, definitely keeps him honest here at turn 1 and 2. Working hard, staying with the 1 NZ. Spargo in third place. William McDonald from Canterbury in fourth. Walker in the 14 sits in fifth place. Top 6 at the moment, 95. Campbell Joys. 7th for 70, Taylor Payne from Hamilton. He'd like to thank Brett Payne Auto Electrical, Anytime Fitness. Sampson closing in at turn 1 again. Real interesting grid this. Also no 51 Tyler Edney, so not 100% sure what the issue there is with some of these drivers in Heat 2. 70, Taylor Payne has an issue. He's going to come down the chute early. Where's 40 of Hero Sheridan as well? We're missing a lot of drivers out of this field. Joyce to the inside, tries to make the pass on the 14 of Walker. Well, if someone wants to let me know why we're missing 3 of the top drivers out of heat number 2, certainly there's none of them parked down here. Okay, we just had word from down in the pit that those 3 drivers I was talking about have been actually excluded from the meeting for clutch issues with teching in the impound area. That's unfortunate for all 3 of those drivers. Oh, that's how it is in karting. We know the strict rules that apply. And it doesn't always mean that someone's trying something dodgy either. It's so easy to get that little thing wrong, get one little mistake wrong. It's still about the 1 NZ of Exton in front. Still under pressure, though, from Sampson. Let's talk about all the drivers that are out on this racetrack right now. And Sampson's doing a brilliant job here in second. See how Exton tucks down in behind the NASA panel. Trying to get every bit of pace out of that 1 NZ kart that he can. But Sampson's real strong at turn 1. Closes up on him once again. Spargo's still there in 3rd spot, but he hasn't really been able to make inroads on 1st and 2nd. Neither has McDonald in 4th. Walker 5th. 6th place for Joyce. Joyce was challenging on Walker earlier on. Now he's dropped back. Then we go back to 67 of Scott McLaren. The 85 of Mac Burkett. And 28, Trent Ingham. Burkett in the 85, another of the Nelson drivers up here in the North Island. He would like to thank Tasman Karts and his mum and dad. Sampson again applying pressure to the race leader William Exton. Exton defending it down here at Clubhouse. But the Praga number 16 of Sampson closes up on him once again through Corkscrew. Actually looks to be a little bit quicker off the turn that time for Sampson. Swings it out wide at the top hairpin. Gets in the draft. Sampson's closer this time. Can he make a move at turn 1? Goes to the outside. Will he do the switchback move? Wasn't close enough on that switchback to make a pass on Exton. But that's allowed Spargo now to get closer. Spargo only a kart and a half length off 2nd place. And will that drag along McDonald in the 97? Not many laps left to run. Last lap board is out. Last chance now for Sampson, who's lost some pace and has dropped back off the race leader. Sampson will have to be wary that the 92 of Spargo doesn't dive down the inside somewhere. Still Exton, Sampson, Spargo, McDonald, Walker, Joyce. 67 there of Scott McLaren in front of the 85 of Burkett. The 28. Trent Ingham from Hamilton, rounding out the field as they come to the line for heat number 2. The national champion's going to take his first race win of the day. 2nd place, 16, Sampson. 3rd place will go to the 92 of Spargo and a top 4 for the 97, William McDonald. KZ2 Heavy out on the racetrack, brought to you by SD European. That's a call for Vortex Rock DBS for your second heat race. Vortex Rock DBS, you're required to the dummy grid. Dan Bugler had clutch issues in heat number 1. And it did not start next to his name. He'll want to come back with guns blazing and try and take out heat number 2. He was your fastest qualifier. Another call for Vortex Rock DBS Senior. You're required on the dummy grid, please. Vortex Rock DBS Senior to the dummy grid. Looking to make the start this time on the front row. Can Bugler take charge at turn 1? Yes, he can. Great start for the 44. Connor Wilson attacking up the inside at turn 2. Tried to get by the 99 to Tomlinson. Tokoroa driver holding on for that second position, but it is definitely Dan Bugler out in front. Tomlinson, Wilson. Then it's the 7 of Gerhard Benedy, 96 of Cullum, 77 of Jeremy Thornton, and the 9, Brendan Benedy. Well, Bugler will be thankful that it's not a big class here this weekend for this KZ2 Heavies CIK Trophy of New Zealand Championship. That first heat race where he had a DNS due to the clutch issues, not going to be such a major issue if he's got the pace. Should be able to work his way through that pre-final tomorrow to be where he needs to be for the start of the final. SD European bringing you KZ2 Heavy Racing this weekend. Bugler certainly hasn't got it all his own way. Tomlinson has shown great speed here this weekend so far. This will bode well if he's going to put himself in that Pro Kart series as well. Oh, he made a mistake. He was not happy about it. You saw the shake of the head. Bogged it down through clubhouse corner. Almost opened the door for 12, Connor Wilson. Both Tokoroa drivers, remember. And that allowed Bugler to get away. You can see how much that gap opened up with just one mistake from the 99. So many great championships within a championship here this weekend. The KartStars New Zealand Series, Rock Cup, CIK. As Wilson makes the pass on Tomlinson. Got on the brake, got on the gears, got the pass done. Tomlinson goes back to 3rd. Bugler in front, but what pace has Wilson got in 2nd? Lightning Race Gear, Kerwin Investments, Pafoni. Other sponsors on board with Connor Wilson. Bugler wants to thank Auto Marine Electrics, International Karting Supplies, Wobbly Pipes. Wilson certainly has made a little bit of an inroad on that race lead. Gap's not quite as big as it was before. Tombleson still in third place. Fourth place for 7, Gerhard Benedy from Auckland. He's sponsored by On Vision. Then it's the 96 of Gary Cullum. Cullum Mechanical Limited. Another Hamilton driver who's had great success in that Pro Kart series over the last few years. 2 weeks till Pro Karts, get those entries in. You want to see a big turnout at round number 1 in Tokoroa. They've got the place looking awesome. So Bugler in control of this second heat race. Nine of Brendan Benedy. Managed to get by 77 Jeremy Thornton from Auckland. All Upper North Island drivers, aren't they? All Auckland, Tokoroa or Hamilton. No one here in KZ2 Heavy from the lower regions. Wilson is coming on. Wilson definitely is closing. Bugler possibly thought he was going to be able to relax a little bit. Doesn't look that way right now. Last call for Rock DVS Senior. Should be on the grid. Slowly starting to catch back up on that schedule. No change in position on the racetrack. Bugler about to put another lap down. See how much they work that shifter down into turn 1. They go from flat out, possibly around 130 kilometres an hour on that back straight, and have to drop down all the way through those gears to what's probably a 50 kilometre an hour corner. '96 Cullum has closed up on Benedy in the 7. Whether he can make a pass on him, we don't know. Another lap for Bugler. So Wilson's challenge might have just faded here in second place. Lap and a half to go. Cullum is still charging hard. Last lap brought out for 44, Dan Bugler. Or as Fraser Parkinson likes to call him, Bugler. He's always called him Bugler. Past the commentary for the last time here today in heat number 2. Drop down through corkscrew, that short run back up to the top hairpin. Checkered flag is being readied. He's gone from 0 to hero to win heat number 2. 44, Dan Bugler about to cross the line. Connor Wilson, second place. He'll finish up his top qualifier and have that front row pole position start tomorrow's pre-final. Third place will go to 99 Tombleson. That should be enough to give him second spot on that front row. Fourth place will be the 7 of Gerhard Benedy. Fifth place, 96 Gary Cullum. Sixth for 9 Brendan Benedy. And a top 7 once again for 77 Jeremy Thornton. Vortex Rock, DBS Senior Heat number 2, brought to you by Veloce Karting. Rotax Max Junior to the dummy grid, please. Rotax Max Junior to the dummy grid. I'll tell you what, we are back on schedule. Great work. Wind starting to pick up again here at the Porter Group Park Raceway. Wherever you're staying here tonight, whether it be Hamilton or one of the other regions, one of the other near towns like Cambridge or wherever, enjoy your stay around this area. I want to thank Hamilton Kartsport for putting me up in the BK Motor Lodge as well. It's a very nice place to stay. Still remember the good old days though, right across the road at the airport. That was so good. You didn't have to go too far. Had everything right there, the restaurants, everything else. Here we go, Vortex Rock DBS Senior, brought to you by Veloce Karting and APL Windows Solutions, coming down to face the start. Heat number 2, lights out. Good start for 1NZ McCulloch. Well, he was on double duty this weekend. Not anymore. He can focus on DBS Senior. And it looks like Vanderdrift in second place. Vanderdrift made a great start. Third place here is Cranston in the 93. Here comes Natoa. Ian Williams in fifth. Sixth place is Vanderberg. Caleb Natoa making his presence felt in heat number 2. A little bit slow though off the bottom corkscrew. Challenge up the inside for second place. Looks like Cranston's got the job done. Makes Vanderdrift back to third. McCulloch is stretched away. Maybe McCulloch's all fired up after that issue in his other class. Max Jr. to the grid, please. Max Jr. to the dummy grid. McCulloch took a casual glance back then to see where the 93 of Cranston was. Cranston got by Vanderdrift a lap before. Has only managed to put a cart or two on him. Third place, Vanderdrift. Fourth place, Eton Williams. Caleb Natoa in fifth. Vanderberg, top 6. Here comes a move down the inside by McDonald in the 97. He will make a pass on the 14 of Walker from Bay of Plenty. McCulloch looks to be in control this time. We saw a brilliant race between him and Cranston in heat number 1. Two Manawatu drivers really going at it in those laps for heat 1. McCulloch this time has the advantage. Or will a 93 of Cranston start to come on mid-race like we saw in heat 1, working that inside through the infield there. You can see how bumpy it is though. 71, Vanderdrift in third. The Veloce karting, Hamilton Asphalt's driver. Natoa still in fourth. Hasn't really shown tremendous pace so far today, but running in the best position so far for him in these two heat races. Back to 5th place now. We see the 46, Eaton Williams, starting to make his name, his presence felt in this heat race, and looks like he might just have the pace to catch Vanderdrift in 3rd place also. So Nato, in fact, going back to 5th. Last call for Max Jr. Williams closing in on that battle for 2nd and 3rd. McCulloch still out in front. Cranston's driving a nice smooth run out there. He's definitely quick and has slightly closed the gap to McCulloch. McCulloch maintains that pace for the remainder of the race. They won't catch him. Still Williams there in 4th place. Natoa in 5th. Vanderberg is in 6th place. Walker managing to hold out William McDonald. Then 73 of Harry Townsend. Jason Lands there as well from Hamilton, kart number 9. Collins Autos, Veloce Karting. And that, of course, is who sponsors DBS Senior this weekend, Veloce Karting, as well as our APL Windows Solutions, the main sponsors. What has happened to McCulloch? McCulloch has had a mechanical somewhere on this track. Oh, when your day goes bad, it can really go bad. And McCulloch has disappeared from view. I never saw him come down the chute. He's parked up out on that track somewhere. Trying to find him, can't see him. And now out in front is Cranston. How quickly things change in motorsport. And here comes Williams to the inside at turn 2 on Vanderdrift. Vanderdrift went wide off turn 1, hooked a wheel up on the top of the curbing. And Eaton Williams was ready to pounce. Nato now is closer as well. Vanderberg's now 5th. Walker is 6th. 7th place is McDonald. Townsend's now top 8. Then it's Land in 9th position. Cranston with a huge lead now over 2nd and 3rd. And Vanderdrift is back. And oh, what has happened to Eaton Williams? How are drivers disappearing out of view? It's like magic. And Williams has disappeared off the... There he is up the top. Just look, I can just see his helmet up the top there at the hairpin. Strange things happening here this weekend. That part of the circuit, I can't really see it. And the driver that had made the move into 2nd place now finds himself standing on the edge of the circuit, with Cranston with a big lead over 71 Vanderdrift and Natoa, who keeps inheriting spots in 3rd. Vanderberg is now 4th. 5th place for Walker. 6th place McDonald. 7th place is Townsend. And into the top 8, the 9 of Jason Land. Last lap board is being readied. One to go for Cranston. Looks like Vanderdrift has managed to pull the gap on Natoa for 2nd and 3rd. Vanderberg's been solid today without really showing tremendous speed. He's been consistent. Consistency can bag points. It's all about tomorrow. Flag is out. 1 corner to go for Cranston. So it really starts to blow a gale here at the Porter Group Park Raceway. They said there was a bit of a storm coming through. Maybe they were telling the truth. As Cranston wins it, backs it off on that last run to the flag. Taking out heat number 2 for the Manawatu 93. You see the head movement there. He's stoked with that result. Vanderdrift in 2nd place. 3rd place was Natoa. 4th for Vanderberg. 5th place for Walker. And top 6 for William McDonald. Rotax Max Jr., heat number 2, brought to you by Dr. Plummer. Sebastian Manson fast in heat number 1. Call up now for Vortex Mini Rock. Heat 2 for Vortex Mini Rock. Your release time is 16:30. 4:30 release time, Vortex Mini Rock. We have caught back up to schedule. Just 3 races remaining this time. Rotax Max Jr. on the track, brought to you by Dr. Plummer. We saw a hard-fought heat number 1 earlier today. Looking forward to that second heat race for VMR. Straight after this, they'll send the juniors around once more before they get a start. Sebastian Manson taking out heat number 1 earlier on from 90 Oscar Jackson, 42 Ashton Phipps in 3rd. Jay Irwin, the National Schools champ, finished up in 4th with the 43 of Riley Boswell, top 5. From 10, Emerson Vincent, 9, Ollie Workman, and Arthur Braun was in the top 8. Looking to get a start this time. Heat number 2, Max Jr., brought to you by Dr. Plummer. Lights out. Good start for Manson. Timed it to perfection. Phipps again slots up into 2nd spot. Big field of juniors through the infield for the first time. Manson, Phipps, then it's 90 down the inside. Oscar Jackson's in 3rd spot. Vincent's in 4th. 5th place is Jay Irwin. Up through the top hairpin, we see Phipps trying to go after 2NZ. Manson tucking up in behind the NASA panel. There's a move to the inside for 5th place. Strong pass down the inside there. That was by the 9 of Ollie Workman. The Nelson number 9, once again showing he's got good pace here in Hamilton. Vincent perhaps is the one to keep an eye on in 3rd. Well, Phipps got close up the top hairpin, but then we see the 2NZ of Sebastian Manson stretch away once again. It's got such a strong engine there along that main straight here at Porter Group Park Raceway. 3rd place still Vincent. 4th place is Jay Irwin. Fifth place, a little further back though, from the 90 of Oscar Jackson. Jackson under pressure from 9, Ollie Workman. Then it's the 43 of Riley Boswell. He wants to thank Gap and Phil, KartStars, and of course Dr. Plummer. Well, tomorrow could be a different story, of course, if that rain does eventually come through. Oh, Phipps just catching that dodgy patch there at turn 2. They do say that it's a little bit grippy there. It's spongy, so it's a little bit grippy when you catch it. Can throw the cart outwards. There's a lot of racing going on. We went 3 wide through Clubhouse, and it was Arthur Braun that snuck through on the inside, the Marlborough driver. Dane Hart Engines, Liquid Action sponsored. He's starting to get to grips with it here in heat number 2. Again, huge change of positions further back. Slight mistake up the top hairpin. Look how much of a gap now the top 4 have got over the rest of this field as they duck and dive and weave and move and do everything they can. And Riley Boswell, like he was in heat 1, is right in amongst it. It's still the 2NZ of Manson. Phipps in second spot. Emerson Vincent third. J.U. in fourth. Then the best of the rest, the 9, Ollie Workman. He's in 5th spot from Riley Boswell. Arthur Braun's working over Oscar Jackson. I tell you, Braun looks all fired up in this second heat. He's come alive. And a dive to the inside at the top hairpin. I'm not sure who it was. But whoever it was, just saying, work with me. We've got to try and catch these drivers out in front. You're not going to catch the top 4. And again, we see change of position through turn 1. And another massive dive down the inside. 2 wide through the infield. 2 passes and 2 corners for the 48. Oh, contact down the bottom here. Braun muscling through, and the 14 was right there as well. Raymond Malin, 78. That, of course, was Sam Thompson from Wellington, the In the Barn Limited racer. Through for second place, Vincent. Threw it up the inside at turn 1, makes the pass on Phipps. Has Vincent got race pace to catch the 2NZ Sebastian Manson out in front? Well, Jay Owen solid in 4th, but he's just lacked that little bit here today. They'll work it out. Nicky and Jay so good at analysing everything. 51 there, that's Ryder Nicholson. 24, Ethan Holland from Hawke's Bay. He's in his own little race there as well in front of that group of 5. Vortex Mini Rock, you should all be on the grid. Vincent trying to close in on the race lead. Phipps is able to stay with Vincent as well. Will we see 3 karts battling it out for Heat 2 honours? Can't be too many more laps left to run. Boswell rails that curbing at turn 5. Another lap completed for Sebastian Manson. Doesn't look like Vincent's closing fast enough. You have a look at that race for 5th and 6th place with Ollie Workman in front of Riley Boswell. Big Boz has put himself about. He might have a look down the inside here. No, he's too far back this time. Just lost a little bit through the infield. Then we go to the 90, Oscar Jackson. 31 of Ethan Church. 15 of Dylan Jessup. Sebastian Manson completes another lap. Just out in front, doing his thing, the 2NZ. Phipps is now putting pressure back on Vincent. Vincent, who we thought might have challenged towards the front, has now been challenged for 2nd and 3rd. As Phipps made the pass, Vincent responded back to the inside in the switchback move, retook 2nd position. Side pod damage for the 37. Taylor Mitchell from Hamilton might have to use one of his sponsors after this weekend. That's Brand Impact Signs. One and a half to go. Sebastian Manson just in total control. Race on for 2nd and 3rd between Vincent and Phipps. Jay Owen just picking up some valuable points here in 4th place. Ollie Workman 5th, Boswell 6th, 7th for Jackson. 8th place is 31, Ethan Church. Last lap board is out. Wide corner there for Robert Maisie from the Ebok Club. You can see how big that gap is now between first and second. Vincent defending down here at Clubhouse Corner. As he knows Phipps is still there. Phipps will keep pushing all the way up to that top hairpin as well. Let's keep an eye on that for the second and third spot. Vincent was clean off the bottom of Corkscrew. There's no doubt who's going to win it. He'll remain unbeaten for day number 1. 2NZ, Sebastian Manson with a win. Second place, just hanging on. Well, Vincent only just managed to bring that home in second place. Third place going to Phipps, who finished strong. Fourth place will go to the National Schools champ, Jay Irwin. They'll have to work out what they're going to do for day 2. Looks like Boswell managed to get by and finished up in 5th place, with 6th place going to the 9 of Ollie Workman. On 2 minutes till release time for Vortex Mini Rock, the one that you need to come and watch. Remember heat number 1, just how great that was. Vortex Mini Rock brought to you by Machine Shop Hamilton. An ultimate race today. After this, the final race of the day will be KZ2. Let's have a recap of those results for Vortex Mini Rock. Just trying to find them in all amounts of bits of paper that I've got here. 97 Carson Daly took the race win narrowly by the 88 of Miles Baker, with the 3NZ of Marco Manson there in third. Remember, those three drivers stretched away from the field and had an absolutely titanic battle for that first, second and third place championship. 36 William Edmondson finished fourth. 82 Harrison Zhao was fifth. 76 Luke McMillan finished sixth. 10 Cy Finnemore was seventh, and it was top 8 finish for 26 Lucas Bell. How will it stack up here in heat number 2? VMR, come and hang off the fence, race fans. You don't want to miss this one. Machine Shop Hamilton proudly supporting VMR this weekend. Thank you to all the sponsors. You know we can't go racing without you. KZ2 drivers, start making your way to the dummy grid, please. KZ2 drivers, start making your way to the dummy grid for heat 2. Sure, Kartsport New Zealand President Graham Moore will be glued to his live stream screen as well for this second heat race for VMR. Thanks to Machine Shop Hamilton and APL Windows Solutions. Forming up on the grid this time, looking to face the starter. Lights out. Good start on the inside, Daly. He will lead the charge. Looks like Marco Manson in second position. Third place is 36 Edmondson. Got a Carter running across the grass there. I think that's McGrath in the 77 from Dunedin. Here comes Manson to the inside. Straight away, he wants this race lead. Daly in second place. Edmondson, then Miles Baker. Then it's a 24, I think. Confirm that next time by. They disappeared out of view so quickly. Must have been issues there for the 23. 23 of Edward Meyer and the 75 as well of Trip Taylor. Let's go back to the race lead as they pop back out of view and complete a lap here with Manson just in front. Carson Daly buried right up in the back bumper of the race leader. Edmondson in third, fourth place for Baker. Let's have a look at fifth place as well. That'll be the 39 of Cooper Inslee. Then it's the 82 of Harrison Show. And 10 of Cy Finnemore. Welcome Manson drive away. I talked about earlier on how good he is at responding. When he gets past, he attacks straight back. We saw that in that first heat race. He came across the line though back in third. He'll want to make amends for that. Daly looks quick. Daly, again, right where he was a lap before. They've put the gap back to third place. 36 of Edmondson. Mount Wellington driver, Universal Plumbing Plus sponsored. Has just lost a little bit of pace. And Baker, if it had been a bit more ruthless there, might have just been able to make the move. He's shaking the head. Miles Baker wants to get through for third place because he can see the top two starting to disappear off into the sunset. Still Manson with Daly. It's me and my shadow. Wherever you go, I'm going as well. You can see how close it is through turn one. Up into the turn number 2. Absolutely nothing in it. These drivers on the limit. Baker still in fourth, but it does look like Edmondson has started to get his mojo on. And Edmondson is closing up. Maybe that attempt by Baker to make that pass woke up Edmondson and fired him up. And he's found something, because he is closing up on first and second. Baker's not that far back. Another lap completed for Manson. He just watched his brother win the Max Junior heat race. He wants to say, anything you can do, big bro, I can do it as well. And we know he can. Charging down past Clubhouse. Here comes Baker. This time Baker makes it stick. Baker, the points maker, up into third. What pace has the 88 got now? And Carson Daly just looked back, and he'll know now that it's not Edmondson, but it's the 88 of Baker that's there. We've got a kart parked up on the infield. I'm not sure which one it was. Can't see the number from here, sorry. Well, will we go 4-kart freight train very shortly? Certainly, if Daly makes a move down here at Clubhouse. Not this time, though. Manson driving a nice, tidy line out in front, keeping up the speed. Momentum is crucial, especially in VMR. KZ2, you should be on the grid. Through the top hairpin. Daly again is right there. Manson cannot escape. There's no way he can run and hide. Daly looks to the inside of turn one. So tight. That's going to bring Baker and Edmondson into this. Carson Daly was just perhaps 2 inches too short there for putting that move on. There was nothing in it, that's for sure. And you got to give respect to Marco Manson. He didn't move an inch. And it is game on for these four. 5th place here is Finney Moore in kart number 10. Cooper Inslee's in 6th place in the 39. 2 races in one. Well, there's lots of races in this race. But the one we're focusing on is out in front. And Manson had a look over his left shoulder that time. Doesn't do it too often, but he did that time. He wants to know where Carson Daly is. Daly sits up in behind. He's not keen to try and make that same move. Manson struggles on turn 2. He's been struggling with that corner all day long, and it has just cost him 3 positions. He got offline, dropped wheels up on the dirty stuff, and here comes Baker and Edmondson through. Baker, the race leader. Edmondson second. Carson Daly is in third, and the man that was leading the race just a few corners ago is in fourth. But you watch Marco Manson. He'll refocus, he'll regroup, he will repass. I guarantee it. Baker out in front. He just quickly tucked up in behind that panel. I always look for distinctive helmets, but the top 2, maybe 3, almost got the same looking helmet. Baker with a kart length on Edmondson. Baker out in front from Hamilton, sponsored by Dr. Plummer, Road Civil, CSR Electrical, and here comes Carson Daly back to the inside for second spot at Clubhouse. Carson Daly wants to retake that race lead. There's a slight gap now for Baker. So they charge up the top hairpin. There's another move up the inside as well. And it's Manson that's gone through. What happened to Carson Daly? Daly's dropped the pace. He's back in fourth. Edmondson's back to second spot. Third place is Manson. Has Carson Daly got an issue? He's very untidy at turn number 1. Did something happen up the top there that I wasn't able to see, and it's unsettled the 97. Oh, well, we've got a retirement guy for a moment there. I thought that was our race leader. Gave you a heart attack. It's Henry Fisher from Canterbury who's come down the chute early. Let's have a look back at this top 3. Baker has got a gap. Manson in second place. Needs to work with the 36 of Edmondson. Or Edmondson needs to work with him. Edmondson's going to give him a little hurry up into turn number 1. So come on, Marco. We can't let the 88 of Miles Baker run away. And that's what he's trying to do. But we're only a lap and a half to go, I think. I just see the man that does the lap board. He stood out on the podium there. That usually means there's going to be a last lap board coming out, but maybe not just yet. Keep an eye on it. Round through corkscrew. Manson trying to catch Baker. Yep, we're going to have one to go. I think Baker might have done enough already. Last lap borders out. Manson in second place. Edmondson third. Fourth place, Carson Daly. Not sure why his challenge faded, but it's somewhere up the top of that top hairpin, just out of my view. Manson defending real tight down here at Clubhouse Corner to stop Edmondson. Edmondson wasn't close enough to make a move anyway. And Baker, with one corner to go, is going to grab a slice of a race win here this weekend, and that'll do his confidence. The power are good tonight when he goes to bed and refreshes for tomorrow. Baker is going to win it. The run to the line for second place. Manson's just going to hang on from a fast finishing Edmondson there in third place. Carson Daly will wind up in fourth. Fifth place will go to the 10 of Cy Finney-Moore. I'll pick up a top 6 for you as they come past the commentary position. And that will be the 26 of Lucas Bell from Auckland. Well, here we go. Can you believe it's already the last race of day one for this APL Windows Solution CIK Trophy of New Zealand. The Premier Shifter Kart Series class is out on the racetrack right now. Brought to you by SD European. Dan Bray took out heat number one and he was fastest qualifier. Well, can Bray do it again? Or will it be Ryan Grant? Kinsman? One of these other immensely talented drivers, maybe Marcus Armstrong, Liam Lawson can start firing it up towards the top three. They certainly look strong in heat number one. Clay Osborne, maybe the 89 of Parkinson. Well, we saw Bray make a start in heat number one, and on the outside on grid two, the 30 of Matt Kinsman bogged it, dropped back through the field. Remember, these two qualified within 1/1000th of a second. See, every driver now puts their hands over those rear wheels. Just before they get a start, they roll the kart forward. Dan Bray was the only one that used to do that. Just stop the tyres, sticking to the track. Here we go. Oh, it's Bray's turn to bog, and it's Kinsman out in front. Through for second place already is Ryan Grant. Well, Bray's got work to do. Kinsman will lead the charge on lap number one. Parkinson's up in fourth. Jason Lee's in fifth. Osborne in sixth. Seventh place now is the 9 of Marcus Armstrong. Great start for Kinsman. IKS, International Karting Supplies driver, out in front. Sodi Kart chassis. Multi-time national champion in various classes. 9-time national champion, he corrected me on last time I saw him. Ryan Grant's under pressure, though, by Bray. Bray will want to charge early. He'll want to get back at least up into second spot to try and hold on to pole tomorrow. And he goes through on the inside at Clubhouse. Jason Lee. Whoa, Jason Lee almost in the side of Parkinson. Parky's never going to move over. Some hard young drivers in this KZ2 class. Look at Kinsman. Always the danger man. And if he ever tells you that he's not really feeling it today, you know, he's a bit blasé about it, that's when he's at his most dangerous. Jason Lee has managed to get by Parkinson. Parky's dropped back to fifth position. Ryan Grant up the inside of Dan Bray. They switched over. Here comes the 69, Scott Manson. All the way from Canterbury, the New Zealand Post NZ Motorsport driver. He's in there battling hard. Another lap completed for Kinsman. Wow, Dan Bray is tremendously fast right now. Bray, who took a couple of laps to get by Ryan Grant, has rapidly reduced the race lead of Kinsman, and Kinsman will be aware of that. The parallel number 62 of Bray is closing. Parkinson's dropped another spot. It looks like he's dropped another spot, I think, to possibly Clay Osborne, or it could be Armstrong. Pick up the race order for you once again next time by. Look at Bray across the top of the circuit there. How hard he charges up into turn one. The back of that kart gets animated under brakes as he drops down back through the gears. Great to get those photo images from flag point number 4, but to be fair, the camera guy just needs to be a little bit further back in because one of those karts could spear off and come through that area. Just being aware of that, guys. Kinsman in front, but the gap is still decreasing. Dan Bray chasing him. Ryan Grant third. Fourth place is Jason Lee. Fifth place is the 15 of Osborne. Sixth place for Parkinson. Thompson in the 31. Then it's the 9 of Armstrong. Rear of the field for 51, Dylan Bryant from Hamilton. Bray closing now within 4 kart lengths on the race leader. Two kart lengths in at this time as they ran past Clubhouse in front of the commentary position here. We've got such a great view up here of these corners. So much action happens in front of this commentary tower. Kinsman aware that Bray is behind him. And here comes Bray down at turn 1. He was half a kart length short. Another few inches here to be right in that gap. And Kinsman would have had to have conceded. If Kinsman wasn't aware, he is now. And Bray will chase after him once again. Ryan Grant's in third place, Jason Lee in fourth, Clay Osborne in fifth, Parkinson 6, Thompson 7, 8th place is Armstrong, 9th is Lawson, top 10, 42, William Exton. Big guns running up in the top 10 of this race. There's the 14 card of Tim Loughran from Hawke's Bay, the in-check new home builders driver. Well, maybe that's just fired up Kinsman because Bray was not close enough to make a move at turn 1 that time. Closing laps of day 1 of this APL Windows Solutions CIK Trophy of New Zealand. If Bray can make a move and it slows them both up, will Ryan Grant have a chance? 5 out there is Michael Adolph from Auckland, the Warren Adolph Homes. He hasn't really fired today. We'll see what happens tomorrow. It's a completely different day. And Kinsman has been fired up. He's extended out the gap. We always say when the tough get going, well, when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and he certainly has as I get tongue-tied here in the last few laps. Grant's not that far back in third. Jason Lee looking good here in that fourth spot. But definitely impressed with the 15 of Clay Osborne. Kevin Storr, one of the Masters drivers in the 54 from Auckland. Another lap completed for Kinsman. Oh, a bit of tyre squealing from Dylan Bryant. He's having fun out there in that 51. Just on a lap and a half to go. And Bray is closed up once again. Bray, I'm sure, is going to have one more go at it. He's trying to close up onto the bumper of Kinsman. They drop down through Corkscrew. Through that crucial left-hander on the short run up to the top hairpin where Kinsman once again looks over his shoulder. Is Bray close enough to get a draft? Is he going to get a tow? Yes, he is. Will it be enough up at turn number 1? Bray so good at under brakes at turn 1, but he has to go a little bit wider as Kinsman defends it. 1 lap to go. The last lap board's out. Grant's in third. He's got pressure from Jason Lee. Kinsman, I'm sure, will defend this turn. Runs down the middle of the racetrack to stop Bray from lunging up the inside. No change in the top 6. Still 5th place for Osborne, 6th place for Parkinson. Thompson having a stunner here up in the top 7 against quality. Final corner. And it all came down to that starter yet again. And it was Bray's turn to bog off the start. And Kinsman will take the revenge in heat number 2 for KZ2. Thanks to SD European. Bray finishes up in 2nd place. 3rd place is Ryan Grant. 4th place will go to Jason Lee. 5th place for the 15 of Clay Osborne. Parkinson is in 6th. 7th is Marcus Armstrong. And a top 8. A great drive for the 31 of Luke Thompson. Well, there you go, race fans. That's it. It's day 1. Run, done and won for the APL Windows Solutions CIK Trophy of New Zealand. That'll sort out your pre-final grids tomorrow. If you tune back into the live stream, Cadet Rock on the grid at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. There is no tuning runs. Perfect way to run it. 9 o'clock start. 16-lap pre-finals for all our classes tomorrow. And we will conclude after lunch with 20-lap finals for Cadet Rock, Vortex Mini Rock, and everybody else getting 28 long laps to determine who will be the CIK Trophy of New Zealand champions for 2022. Thank you, Kartsport Hamilton. It's been awesome here today at day number 1. The Porter Group Park Raceway always turns it on. Thanks to the hard-working volunteers, officials, crews, sponsors, mums and dads, granddads, parents, everybody, and especially the drivers. We'll see you back tomorrow for day 2. APL Window Solutions CIK Trophy of New Zealand.